Okay. Yes, yes. Okay, we're live. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. We're here again. We're doing this again. We're doing the live stream call-in show. For better or for worse. Today's topic: men and women. Men. Nen. Women. Those two sexy sexes. Hell yeah. Yeah. We're doing it binary style today, bros. Yeah, we're just talking about men and women today. We're not gonna get into the hybrid folks. We'll save that for another day, another stream. That's a whole other thing. All right. Yes. Oh God. I'm kind of dreading this one. I've been dreading this topic all day. I was trying to think of a different topic all day. All day I was pacing around. I was like, I wish I could think of something else to talk about, but this is the only one. This is what I've got. This is what's on my mind. Men and women. So let's talk about it. What did I want to say? What did I want to say about these goddamn men and women? Well, to start, okay, I'll start by saying this. I like the battle of the sexes. I think that's a good thing. I like that. I think it's fun and cute. The battle of the sexes, I like it. I think it's a good thing. There's this weird push lately. Maybe it's just on the internet, but it's I'm feeling it. I'm on the internet, where like people are trying to push some sort of understanding between men and women, like men understanding women, but I don't like that at all. I don't think that's possible. I don't get it. I don't get it. We're different. We're very, very different. And personally, I love to rag on women. I love to bust on women. That's not what I meant, but you know what I'm talking about. Ragging, not busting. I love making fun of women. Come on. That's like it was a beautiful old American pastime, like baseball. Men making fun of women? Women making fun of men? I mean, let's be real. I mean, we don't understand each other. We simply don't. We've never have, ever. So, but there's this weird thing now where like people are trying to like pretend that we should get along. But why? Why? I don't get it. Like we don't get along. We're different. We're very, very different. I think that's a good thing. There's friction, you know? We should celebrate our differences. There's friction, and that's what causes the sparks to fly. You know what I mean? In those one-on-one scenarios, a man and a woman, like, you know, we don't understand what the hell each other is thinking. That's a good thing. I certainly don't understand what women are thinking. Women don't know what the hell's going on in my brain, and thank God, because they would not be impressed. I like that we're different. I like that there's a separation. I like that we've got separate worlds. You know, we're living in our own different fantasy lands. I think that's I just think it's a good thing. But now there's like this weird thing where it's like you can't rag on women anymore. It's not fair. I love doing that. Whenever you're in a group of guys now, there's always like when you start, like this is a classic guy thing. Is guys get together and we talk about dude things, and then occasionally women come up and we start just busting their balls, busting their boobs, I guess, because they don't have balls. But now there's always one guy in the group who's like, "Come on, guys, come on. Why you got to talk about women that way? Come on, man. They're just like us. They're just like us. Like we're all God's beautiful creatures." They don't say that. They don't ever say that. But they say, "Come on, man. You're being sexist." But no. We just want to make fun of women. That's normal. And I can guarantee, I know, okay, I don't know this for a fact, but I know in my brain, in my heart, not in my brain, but in my heart, that doesn't happen in the women's circles. Women love to bust on men, for sure. Women hate men in a fun way. I think that's good. There's never like when a group of women is making fun of men and how like all their stupid shit, like there's never a woman in the group that's like, "Come on, guys. Stop making fun of men, okay? They're just like us." Like that just doesn't happen. That does not occur. Obviously, I don't know because I don't. I'm not in there. I'm not in those circles. But I know in my heart that doesn't happen. Which makes it more annoying with men, like men policing each other, because it's like women obviously told men that they should do that. So just like don't do that, dudes. Come on. If we just want to rag on women a little bit, come on. It's all in good fun. That's what's fun about it. Is like we're so different, and yet we manage to make it work. It's beautiful. It's a lovely, beautiful fact of life. We've never understood each other for millennia, and yet we still manage to make it work somehow. That's a great thing. I love that. That's the thing. I don't I don't like women. I'm speaking generally now. Just in case you are a woman listening to the stream, and statistically you aren't. I think it's less than 3% of the TMH audience is comprised of women, and I think we've got 166, so it's like maybe with 3 or something like women. So you're probably not out there, but just in case you are, I'm not talking specifically or individually. I'm just this is very, very highly generalized. I have a highly, I am prejudiced against woman on the whole. What does prejudice mean? It's like prejudgment, right? So yeah. So speaking generally, I don't like women, and I think that's okay. I don't think women like men even, but we manage to love each other, which is so nice. It only works on those like one-on-one scenarios, like one man and one woman can manage to, they don't understand each other, but they try, and something happens, something magical, something spiritual. I don't know, but it's something special that happens. It doesn't happen with the groups, because when you're in a group. When a man is in a group of men, or women are in a group of women, we amplify each other's energy. I think there's masculine and there's feminine energy. I think everybody has both, but based on your sex, you tend to have more of one than the other. I don't know if that's hormones or what, but there is a biological difference between us. It's weird. It's a weird thing that people are like kind of try to deny that in the modern age. We are different. We have different. We look different. We are different. Our bodies function in different ways. So it makes sense that, our brains are a bit different too. And so, like, when a group of men is together, we start, we spit a lot and we fucking slap each other on the back and we're talking about all sorts of stupid, shitty stuff. We get wasted and we're joking around and stuff. When women get together, I mean, God knows what happens. God, it's terrible. It's terrible. If you've ever, like, had a girlfriend, this is the worst part of having a girlfriend, is having to be friends with her friends, her woman friends. That's awful. If you've ever had to, like, go out drinking with, like, your girlfriend's friends, and it's just like one man versus 5 or 6 women, that's like one of the worst. That's like one of the most torturous things that can happen to a person in a social situation, not in terms of actual torture, but and they're all amplifying each other's feminine energy. You can't compete with that. No way. That's not going to be fun. I mean, you can indulge your feminine side to an extent, but you're not going to be able to get on their level. No way. And it's just awful. It's a terrible, terrible thing. And I think that's good. I like that there's this separation. I don't like when women try to like be involved with the group man activities, like just because they want to feel a part of it, like sports. There are obviously women who enjoy sports and understand sports, and they've got a true love for it, and that's great. God bless them. Good for you, women. But like when women who don't care about sports and they just want to get involved when the sports are occurring, like when it's a big party like the Super Bowl, that's awful. It's awful. It's terrible. Because they don't know what the hell's going on. Like I'm not like some freaking huge sports dude, but I do watch football. I like football. I like watching football a lot. I've watched football for 20 years. And I've gone through different, levels of excitement and in-depth analysis about it. When I was in high school, like I played fantasy football, so I was really intensely into all the stats, knew all the freaking playbooks, everything that was going on. Now I just like to watch my team. I just like to watch the boys play. On a Sunday, I just like to get drunk and watch my boys play ball. And that's a nice thing that I do. I don't want someone who's got no investment in that, horning in on that action. Because I like it. It's mine. That's what I like. And then like the playoffs and the Super Bowl starts happening and people start to get together, and then it's like a party, and that's what women love. They love parties and get-togethers. So it's like, oh my God, like I'll watch the game. I love football. So it's like, no, you don't. You don't. It's okay that you don't, but you don't. And it just turns into this terrible, terrible thing where, like, they don't know what's going on, and they're just like this annoying echo in the room. So they don't know how to react to what's happening, so they just have to listen for cues, for social cues. So they like hear someone be like, God damn it, and we're just like, oh, damn it! Exactly! What the heck? Come on! Why'd they do that? What's going on? The man's like, come on, you gotta go for it. I was like, yeah, exactly, go for it. Come on, why aren't they doing that? What? They're not going for it? What does that mean, huh? It's awful. It's awful. It's truly, truly awful. It kills the mood for everybody, for all the dudes, all the bros out there. But yeah, it's whatever. So I think there is a difference between men and women. I like that there's a difference. I think we should celebrate the difference between us. I don't like that we're trying to come together and be more similar. I think we should be more different. I'm not saying that like I like traditional gender roles. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with I never, I don't agree with society's view of what we should be ever about anybody. And I think that when we're growing up, we get a lot of baggage drilled into us, and a lot of that has to do with our sex. And I don't like that. I don't think that's right, you know? Because, I don't fucking care what the world thinks I should be or what women should be. But I do think that there is some sort of, it's like the nature versus nurture thing. I think naturally, we are different. But I think we have a lot of weird shit drilled into us that is not necessarily relevant to anything. Like even just like clothes, like fashion. Like if a man wears a dress, I don't care. I don't care about that at all. I'm not going to be like, oh, whoa, what's going on here? What the hell's going on here? I know that those dresses are only for the ladies. It's like, I don't care. If a woman wears slacks, I'm not going to be like, whoa, trying to be a man, aren't you? No. Like, that's really not what I'm about at all. I think clothes, whatever. I'm not a nudist, but I do think clothes are... they got a whole bunch of weird shit attached to them. I believe in clothes for utility. Like I wear shorts when I'm gonna be running around and I need freedom of movement. I wear jeans if I'm gonna be like working in the brush or if it's chilly out. Everything else, that's a whole other ball game, and I don't really know what the hell. I don't know where it came from or where it's going, but it's just, that's its own thing. Okay, anyway, men and women. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with nudists. I just checked the chat for a second. If you're a nudist, I think that's cool. I don't want to do that. I do like some clothes, but when what made me think about like with nudists, like when they're definitely right, 100%, is when it's like really hot out. Clothes are terrible when it's hot. Like that is the feeling of being uncomfortable when it's hot out, is that you have to wear clothes and they get all sweaty and itchy and stuff. But like if you could just be naked, buck naked in the hot weather, that would be lovely. Now I don't know, it's like, I'm a pretty modest prude type individual, so I don't really want everyone to be naked, but I'm just but just from the utility standpoint, that's where clothes really fail the human race, is when it's hot out, hot and sweaty. That's like the whole bad part of being hot and sweaty, is like you've got sweaty clothes on you. But if you're just naked, you would just be like, oh yes, the warmth, and your sweat just drips off your body and onto the hot pavement. Yeah. But anyway, okay, we're gonna be talking about men and women on the stream. I don't know what the hell the call-ins are gonna be like, but you're gonna be able to call in. I'm gonna take a quick break here, play a couple more songs. Call in, I guess. Just about anything. Any of your thoughts on men and women? Any experience you've ever had with men and women? I feel like we've had our fair share of experiences with these two sexy sexes. So hopefully we get someone to call in. But I was thinking about that. Like, is this a good topic? Are people gonna have anything to say about this? It's a weird one. But, I don't know. The music from the stream is all coming from an artist named Jabral. The links are in the description of this video. I'm going to be playing their whole album, Cat Soup. So that link is in there. The Bandcamp, I think it's like a pay what you will sort of situation. But since I'm Bandcamp, you can stream it. You can pay for it after you've streamed it too much, after you've proven that you enjoyed it. But yeah, if you like the music, check out the link and potentially throw Gibral some of your bones. Also, the HUD overlay on the stream is from Slouch. Slouch, very talented artist, animator, storytelling fellow. He had a new video that came out last week. It's excellent. So, excellent. So if you haven't checked that out yet, you should definitely do that. Also, the last thing is like the sort of slideshow thing that's happening on the computer here. These are all images from the zine, The Mighty Lighthouse. If you go click on the link, you can check out all the past issues of the zine. It's just like a community project where a bunch of people submit art and writing, and me and a guy named Moxie Famous collect it, organize it into a printed magazine. Zine is short for magazine. It's not my own abbreviation. It's an established thing. It's like a small booklet. But anyway, yeah, so if you're liking that, feel free to check out the zine. It's all free. You can download it. You can print it out yourself. At this point, there's nothing to buy. We do print it and send it out, but that we're sold out now of the last issue, which is Volume 3, Issue 6. I'll be working on Issue 7 pretty soon, and I will make you aware of that. But all right, we're going to take a quick break now, and when we come back, we'll be doing the call-ins.
You want trouble? Come on. You want trouble? You want trouble? Come on.
Okay. The number is on the screen now to call in 518-288-7938. I just turned off Do Not Disturb mode, so if you've been calling in the last 2 seconds, you're not going to get through, but now you should be able to get through. And we're talking men and women. Maybe we can even get some women on the line here. That hasn't happened recently, but maybe this is the one.
Call from
Bobbert Shaft.
to accept, press 1.
That
To
sounds like a
send a
man.
voicemail, press 2.
Bobbert?
Oh, shit.
Bobbert, you're on. What's up, dude?
What a dream come true.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Me
Anyways.
too.
How are you doing?
Good. I've been drinking more than usual to get prepared for this stream. I was drinking lots of tequila. I'm on to beer now, so I'm cooling down a bit. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm drinking Great Value purified drinking water.
Oh, okay. Is that getting
So,
you
that's pretty
wrecked?
good.
Are you getting fucked up on that?
I'm getting real fucked up by all the chemicals they're putting in my water.
Nice.
My genes are getting changed up. I'm gonna turn into just a goop of slime.
All right, well, Bobbert, you called into the Men and Women stream. Did you have any thoughts you wanted to share or experiences with either of those categories?
Men and women. Yeah. Not to get sexist here, but we got our differences, and a lot of recently, these women will be like, oh, we want to be equal, but there's just inherent differences. I'm not saying women are worse. That's definitely not the case, but because I love women.
But they're worse at some things, right? I mean, since we're different, we have our strengths and our weaknesses.
Yeah, but we got our differences, just genetically and socially. We can't really backtrack on it, because we've already gotten to this state. To be equal, we'd have to do a whole reset. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
It's a touchy topic. It's a touchy topic because nobody, we don't wanna sound super sexist, but I think even the umbrella of sexism has started to envelop more than it used to. I mean,
yeah,
just knowing that there is a difference, like I said, I love to rag on women. So I would love to rag on women with you, but do you want to get into that, or is that something you feel like it's not something you really want to talk about?
Oh, it's all good. It's all good with me. I could really care less.
All right. Well, what do you think? What is your experience then with women? What do you think?
Women are very, very, very wishy-washy. Very, very. My ex-girlfriend, she was very emotional. Unlike men, maybe it's just me, but men are they're not as emotional. I mean, unless you're a completely feminized, drinking Soylent every day kind of person, usually men are pretty less emotional than women. My ex-girlfriend, she'd get emotional over just the smallest thing. It drove me crazy because I didn't understand where she was coming from. As a man, didn't make much sense to me why she was so upset about it. Didn't really make sense to me.
Things that you were doing, or just things she was experiencing throughout her days.
It'd just be let's say I went to McDonald's and she'd make it seem like a huge deal. And then me, I was hungry. But she saw it as some kind of huge betrayal, and it didn't make much sense to me.
Because you weren't eating with her?
Yeah, I guess that was the case. I don't know.
That is a betrayal, dude. What are you talking about?
I mean, it was with my friend. You know, my friend drove me up there. You know, me and him just had some food, and then like a quick 2-minute drive, and then I
Classic
came back
man.
home.
Classic man.
So-
Not even thinking about the woman. Just going off with my friend to eat McDonald's. Well, there is like there is like a like I'm struggling to get really into it too, but we're gonna push past it. I gotta drink more. It's like I definitely would not want to be in a relationship with a man, and not just because of I don't want to f a man's butt. That's its own separate thing. But like what makes us different is like what attracts us to each other. I think like I can't speak for women. I don't know why the hell a woman would want to be in a relationship with a man. It sounds awful because we just go off and eat McDonald's whenever we please, and we don't even think about them.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? What attracts you to a woman then? Besides
What
the
attracts me or
disgusting
detracts?
attracts, besides the disgusting stuff.
Other than I just like their sincerity. How I mean, not all women are like that. Some women are very very cruel, but they just I don't know. They make you something about them makes you feel good. Other than all the disgusting, sinful.
We
things.
know.
But-
We don't have to get into that. But so their sincerity, do you think that's tied to their emotionality at all? Like them being sincere? More sincere than you?
Probably.
You
I
insincere
think
bastard?
it's kind of like I think it's like a double-edged sword, because emotionality can be both a good thing and a bad thing. It's good to be emotional, but then you can be emotional at the wrong times. You know what I mean?
It's good to
So-
have emotions.
Yeah.
But I think men do probably, they hold it inside. They don't want to share. They have emotions, but they're maybe not emotional. I have lots of emotions all the time, but I don't want anyone to know about those.
Yeah. No, I
How do you-
definitely try to keep things to myself the majority of the time.
Yeah, do you feel like that's how you are? That's sort of par for the course. You do feel, but you don't want people to know?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, unless it's like something I feel like an urgent urge to tell someone, like something just happened to me, I feel like I have to inform some kind of buddy so I can get it off my chest, but
A
most
buddy?
of the time I keep stuff to myself.
You want to tell a man buddy, not a woman
Yeah.
buddy?
I mean, yeah, no, I would tell my girlfriend stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. Usually I would tell my friends because I don't know. I like maybe it's wrong of me, but I like camaraderie a lot more than I'm definitely not homosexual. Nothing against homosexuals, but I like but I like the camaraderie of having male friends. You know what I mean?
What do you think it
strange.
is? Yeah, go on.
It feels strange talking to females as friends. Maybe that's not a right way to think about it, but I don't know. When I think of having a girl as a friend, not like a girlfriend, but as a girl as a friend,
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Maybe it's wrong of me to think that, but I think that's like simpish kind of behavior. Like I think it's like cringe. Like I'm groveling at their feet. The idea of that just sounds like pathetic almost. So I try to steer away from doing that. Usually I just keep my relationship with women as a full-blown relationship rather than trying to stay in a friend zone kind of state, because that
Right.
sounds kind of weird to
Well,
me.
so do you think that like having a woman as a friend, like you're not getting like camaraderie really? Like you're actually trying to get the sincerity, you're trying to get something more and just not achieving it? Or It's sort of like, like when you talk with dudes about your troubles, they're never gonna be like, yeah, man. They don't really like level with you. They kind of just like make fun and like turn it into a joke.
Yeah.
And that's something that's appealing,
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. I'm still nervous. I don't really know what to say.
This is a fun topic. All right, Bobber, thank you for calling in. I appreciate getting your perspective on this.
All right, no problem. See you later.
All right, see ya. Nice. I feel like this is going to be how a lot of these calls go. Nobody wants to be... We don't want to be overtly sexist, but we have to just go for it. Like,
Call from
Joe. No problem. See you later.
is that Joe?
to accept.
Was that Joe?
Yep, it's me. It's Joe.
Joe. Hey, wait, Joe. Is this the Joe from the last stream?
This. You know it is. This is fucking the Joe. This is the guy.
Hell yeah, Joe.
Boy.
I think I've got you.
Boy,
a
do
couple
I have
times.
some things to say. I was waiting for this topic for weeks. You have no fucking idea.
All right. Well, go for it, Joe. This is
Oh
your
yeah,
time
you know
to
what?
shine.
I don't understand why everyone's so afraid to be sexist on this thing. I mean, it's a radio show. I mean, it's an internet show, right? Like, this is the place. This is the place. to
Exactly.
just let all your bigotry, let all that hatred go.
We
Just
don't
put it out
know.
into the ether.
We don't know Joe's last name. We don't know your workplace. We're not trying to cancel you.
No, and you never will. All you guys know is that I fucking do PowerPoints and I'm a Catholic. That's pretty much it. That's all I've let go so far. And boy, do I have some fucking things to say. Do I have a few choice words for a particular gender? I think you know what I'm talking about.
I think I do know what you're talking about.
I think you do. It's fucking women. Am I right?
Hell
Am I right?
yeah.
All the dudes in the chat?
Amen.
Fucking women. Oh my fucking God. I tell you, I can't live with them. Can't live without them. Am I right?
Hell yeah, Joe. Is that all you have to say?
Yeah. Listen, I remember when I first started listening to your show, I used to think, all right, this guy, he's kind of a degenerate. All he does is fucking drink all the time. Listen, man, I'm with you now. I got my wine. I'm drinking way more often than I used to. And I tell you, you know what it is? Do you know why? TMH, do you know why? The manic heron, the massive hemorrhoid? These are all different acronyms I made for you. But do you know why I drink now?
The massive hemorrhoid. Why? Because of me?
Because of fucking women. No, what's the topic?
Dude, yeah.
Come on, stay with me, Jesus.
I was just excited.
All right.
I thought I was having an impact to get you to drink more. All right, so you drink
you
and
provide
you drink.
a stellar example.
You're drinking all day, every day now because of these goddamn women. Which one? Do you have a love in your life, or is it just all women that are making you drink?
Oh, no, it's a particular one, and it's kind of recent. That's why it's sort of been on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of been bugging me.
Yeah.
So, let me tell you all about it. It's so a few weeks ago. So a little bit of backstory. I'm at the point. I'm just trying to find a wife. That's really what I want. I want the wife. I want the kids. I want the 40 acres. I want the nice little farm in the middle of nowhere. Nobody can fucking say shit to me. No one can fucking bother me. That's what I want. That's my dream. When I go to bed at night, that's what fills my head with whimsy. That idea. So I'm thinking of that, and I'm looking for that, and I find this woman, and that's the thing. She kind of finds me. Like, she just pops out of nowhere on this fucking dating app I'm using, and she
What chance? The stars have aligned on the dating app.
I know, who'd have thought, right? Of all the places.
What dating app will you say?
Oh man, you're gonna make fun of me. I don't know if I could say.
Say it.
Catholic Match.
Oh, Joe, nice. All right.
I'm trying to find my wife, man. So it's got to be another Catholic.
You are really Catholic.
Listen, who else is gonna want like 5 kids and 40 acres of land out in the middle of nowhere? Just this fucking weirdo Catholic. That's pretty much it. No one else is gonna put up with that.
All right, so you started chatting with a woman on Catholic Match. I mean, I have no idea how that works, like how the matches work on that. Maybe tell me a little bit about that. Like, do you make a profile or what's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, think of it as like every other dating app, except it gets a lot less use. It's just very seldom you find a decent match. It's like a once in a blue moon thing, and you got to pay $20 for the privilege. So,
oh, premium dating.
Yeah, it's a premium. I don't even fucking know why. It's horrible, and it led me to this. So I don't know why I'm still paying, but you know.
All right, so yeah, so you met this lady who was the spark of your life at one point, but perhaps now she's just. Well, you tell me.
Well, yeah. If you weren't talking the whole damn time, I could tell you, TMH. I could tell you.
Go for it.
No, I'm fucking with you. But anyway, so I meet with her, and I gotta tell you, probably the best first date I've ever been on in my life. I didn't expect it. I didn't see it coming. At first, I thought, all right, this is gonna be just a date with a weirdo. It'd be nice to get back out there. Not only does she check freaking all the boxes, but she's like motivated in her career, and she was just great to talk to. Like the whole first fucking date, we were just laughing the entire time, like just nonstop laughing. It's like I couldn't imagine. I never thought I'd feel that comfortable with another person that fast. It was just, it felt like remember when you're like in high school and you had like your first love or whatever? Mm-hmm. How intense that was, how crazy that was. That's what it felt like. I thought that was dead. I didn't think I'd ever get that back. Mm-hmm. And bam, it's back. So I was just great. And the real hilarious thing about this whole story is how quickly it unfolds. So the first date, it was just fucking magic. We went out to eat. I took her out to this wonderful, probably the best pizza place in the world. Happens to be in Boston. It's called Santarpio's. Shameless plug. We had delicious pizza. We came back. We watched movies all night, and we were just cuddling and doing all that fun shit and just fucking laughing the whole time and talking. Mm-hmm. So it was great. I go home, because we're Catholic, so we didn't, we didn't have any fun.
Right.
Beyond that. So I went home that night, just completely like singing all the way home. I was just fucking, just a cloud nine. I wake up, I'm on cloud nine. She wants to do another date again, the following day, which I'm all for. Because at this point, I just want to see this person over and over again. I want to live in that first date for a million years. It was just that fucking good.
Sure.
So we go. I take her over to the park, and that's just when things just started going all downhill. And I still don't really know why. We had great conversation. We were just walking around the park for 45 minutes, just enjoying the nice. It started getting warm out, so we're just enjoying the nice weather. And then she starts talking to me about all this craziness.
What?
Well, the biggest thing was she was talking to me about a previous relationship, which, fine, whatever. I've had those conversations before. Sometimes it's relevant and sometimes it's good to talk through. Mm-hmm. But she's telling me about this guy that I guess they broke up 5 years ago. And she's telling me the story about how she thought she was going to marry him, and how she thought, he was the best thing ever. They were writing a book together. They went, they were dating all through college. It was she was imagining having a family with him. I'm like, this is kind of heavy. This is, I'm not really feeling too good anymore.
You're not writing a book with her.
Yes, apparently that's what it fucking takes, I guess, to be with this girl. You got to be fucking writing a book with her. If not that, then you're just a fucking nobody. But anyway, so she's telling me about this guy who's super, super wonderful and super, super Catholic and just super, super virtuous. And I'm just sitting there like a schmuck, just listening to it and just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be feeling. Am I supposed to be supportive? Am I supposed to be upset? I don't know what. And then she tells me, so apparently the reason why the relationship between them dissolved was because one day, out of the blue, he decides, I guess he had talked about it beforehand a little bit, but one day out of the blue, he literally goes in the middle of the night to the airport to flee to Italy, to join seminary, to become a priest.
That's very Catholic. I've never even heard of a Catholic doing that sort of thing.
Well, it's not even real. Well, that's the thing though. It's like sure it's Catholic, but
It's like more Mormon.
bizarre and stupid. Like you're leaving in the middle of the night, like running away like a fucking teenager in a 1950s like rebel movie or something. Like I would have flee to Italy, be a priest. And so apparently he does this, and it just left her with all these crazy abandonment issues or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so she follows it up by telling me, so like, in relationships past, I've never really I've always hurt people before they hurt me, and I've always dated somebody for like a really intense but very short period, and then it would just like ghost them. And I'm talking this through with you, so because I'm not really sure if I want that to happen. And like she uses that type of language, like she's almost like setting it up so that this relationship can just like fall on its face immediately. And that's what I'm feeling. And then so that's how the date goes. She just tells me all about this freaking guy that apparently she still texts every now and then, and that she still like thinks about all the time. And so I'm not feeling too good. And then the next day she tells me, "Hey, I don't think you really took that news well. So I don't think it's going to work out between us."
Oh no.
Yeah. So, and this happened over the course of like 3 days. Like 3 days, I went from cloud 9 to literally the 7th circle of hell. Like that's what it felt like. I was renting my fucking garments, like a fucking Assyrian king whose town just got struck with the plague and locusts or something. That's the fucking fall I had. It was comical.
Joe, you
If it
can't
wasn't
help.
so
You can't
fucking
help but
heartbreaking.
you can't help but be religious, Joe. Wait, Joe.
I can't.
So how did you?
Listen, I'm telling you, Christ. At the end of the day, Christ is your only friend.
How are you reacting to this news? You said you're walking through the park. So how do you actually react to that? Like you sort of said you didn't know whether you should be supportive or something, but what were you actually saying?
Well, I was getting the feeling that I was getting the sort of feeling that she was kind of setting up our very nascent relationship or whatever for like an immediate breakup or a very imminent breakup. And I was just trying to figure out why. Like what the hell could have happened since our fucking phenomenal first date that would cause it to come to this so soon. So that multi was going into my mind. I was just asking myself, why, God, why? Like why did I have to get the fucking I'm still hung up over my pre-sex boyfriend story?
It's because you didn't take her to pizza again. That pizza was what sealed the deal in the first date.
Apparently I have to just keep going to that place. Because you know what? I've had a bunch of great first dates at that place, but all the relationships immediately faltered afterwards. I don't know what's fucking going on.
They get the taste of that pizza and like, wow, this is a great guy. And then the next day, they're like, what? We're not doing this pizza anymore? What the fuck? Time to get out.
Wait a minute. This guy's not pizza.
All right, Joe, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you talking to me about this.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for letting me rant.
Yeah, this is good. Thank you for going all out, and not having any reservations.
Oh, I have zero reservations. Oh, hey, I want to ask you one last thing.
Go for it.
I remember on a prior stream you said that you used to live next to a Fiorella's.
I live near one. Yes, I ordered from them frequently.
Where you got like the meatball?
Yes.
Did you also used to live near a greenhouse kitchen?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know it specifically. What is that?
It's another restaurant. I only asked because I used to live in a different part of Boston. I used to live in Brighton, and I used to live literally right next to fucking Fiorella. So it's just funny hearing you say that.
That's where I was. I was living in Alston, and I commuted to Brighton. I worked at a Starbucks in Brighton, and yeah, my way back is where I'd pick up the Fiorella's Express.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. So, that's pretty cool. Okay, then yeah, I go to the fucking same restaurant. I love that place.
Nice.
Greenhouse.
Wait, do you still live there?
Well, no, I used to, but I still live close enough where I can go there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a nice neighborhood. There's a lot of good eats there. I used to eat at a Greek place around there a lot too. It was also on Brighton Ave, I think. That's what it was called. You ever been to that Greek place? I forget what it's fucking called, but I used to get gyros there
I
all the
haven't,
time.
but I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like, it's up the street from where I used to live. It's like, I think it's over by the Papa John's, sort of.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nice.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of good places around here. My favorite's Greenhouse though. But anyway.
All right, Joe. Thank you for calling in.
Of course. Have a good one.
See ya. Joe. Great guy. Great guy. Hey, I didn't get the name of Joe's ex there, but what the freak? You're obviously watching the stream too. And come on, Joe's ex. What's going on there? Why are you so complicated?
Call from.
Roberto.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hello? Is this Roberto?
Oh yeah.
Yo!
Oh my goodness. All right. So yeah, Roberto. So you want to hear about my job? Want me to talk to you about my job?
Your job? What? No. What? You're on the wrong stream, bro. That was like 3 weeks ago. We're talking about men and women.
Men and women.
Roberto,
Okay.
what the devil?
Yeah.
Do you have men and women at your job? We can still talk about your job, but are there men or women there?
No. You want to talk about men and women? Let's talk about women and women.
Okay, good. What do you have to say then about men and women? I'm springing this on you, I guess.
I love them.
Both equally?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think. Of course, I'm joking with you. I know. We're not talking about my job. We're talking about men and women here.
Okay,
And
good.
I think, we like to watch football with the boys,
Sure.
but I think there's a little bit of a bias on the callers. I think we're getting a lot of boys calling in, and I'm a boy, but I also love women. I love them, and I think we gotta, the whole can't be friends without a lady without being a simp. Come on.
Come on. So you've got some lady friends?
Oh hell no, I don't have any friends. But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't be able to have come on.
Have you ever had a lady friend in your life?
Wow. I
Maybe
mean, I got a
once.
girlfriend.
No. You made quite clear that's not what we're talking about.
A lady friend. Yeah, I got a lady friend.
Who you didn't do anything disgusting with ever?
No, absolutely not.
Okay,
We go to
nice.
school together.
And
We
so,
do assignments.
okay, great.
She
She's
makes
like
great
a
art.
study partner.
Not even. She's a friend.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you're
she goes out with the boys.
all right. What do you? Oh, so she goes out with the boys.
No. She goes out with the boys, but she doesn't go out with the boys.
She hangs. She chills with the boys.
Yeah, she's. Well, I don't want to say she's one of us. Now that doesn't sound too good. Now they say it. So that's kind of what I'm trying to avoid here.
You're not
But, I
saying
mean,
she's a dude
She's a
at
friend.
heart.
No, she's a woman, and we love her.
Okay.
Women get a lot of shit. I can go walk down the street, and I don't have to worry about getting catcalled. I mean, sure, even if I was pretty, I don't think I'd get catcalled. Women get catcalled all the time. Women are
Okay.
afraid to go down the street. That's lame.
I totally agree. Women face adversity on the streets every day. Are you living in a city where people are walking around and stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's homeless people. They're always catcalling. Man, I get my girlfriend tells me all the time. She's scared to go downtown. Men are scary. And the whole men are trash thing. It's you don't have to take it personally. There's so many people. I think a lot of think, men are trash. They go, well, I'm a man. I'm not trash. That's not what we're going for here. It's okay. We're not talking about you. We're talking about men collectively. Men aren't that great. We're trying to change.
Absolutely, but I mean, I have to.
A lot of men beat a lot of women. Not a lot of women beat a lot of men.
First of all, I totally agree. Men are not great. We're all bad. But I also think women are bad too, aren't they? I mean, are women really good and men are really bad? Is that the way it goes?
No. But just because you're not good doesn't mean you're not bad. But just because you're bad doesn't mean you're not good.
Mm-hmm. Do you have thoughts about women other than feeling bad for them for the way that men treat them?
I don't know if I'd say that. I don't know. You just said I feel bad for them. I don't know. I don't know if that's a feeling. It's just empathize, you know?
I fucking loaded that question, bro.
Yeah. You're putting the words in my mouth.
Okay, I like the way you're approaching this. I just want to get to the core of this. Like, so women have to go through a lot of shit for sure, and men go through, a very different kind of
men
shit.
have a lot of shit.
But it's
No,
totally
you're
different.
totally right. Men commit suicide way more than women. That's a
Right.
huge problem.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Oh shit! I don't know. That's a whole nother topic. Well, I guess
Well,
it's not.
no, it's
That's
men and
not-
women.
That's half the topic.
Why do you think? Why
Shit,
are
all right,
men
so I
killing
think-
themselves?
All right.
They don't get
Well,
catcalled.
that's still things. Yeah, no. Men kill themselves because I think. Here's the thing. I think there's a certain sort of toxic masculinity that is kind of expected, maybe, or kind of is the norm. And some men they can't they're not cool with it. They don't like it, and then they don't fit in. They don't got friends. I don't know.
You think men just they can't hack it, and like they have these expectations that they have to be a certain way, and then they just fucking off themselves? Don't women have expectations? Isn't there toxic femininity?
Well. I don't know. Never thought about it.
Well, what do you think? I mean, hey, like we don't know who the hell you are, so just feel free to expound extemporaneously here.
Men like football. We talk about it, you know? You say you like football. That's
Yeah.
a cool thing. We like football. What's a lot of callers have been calling in and saying, yeah, we don't have a lot of emotions. We're not very emotional. We just like to watch football. You know what? I think a lot of guys do got emotions. I'm an emotional guy.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody thinks I just want to watch football. I don't want to talk about my emotions. So I bottle up. I keep it to myself. Next thing you know, I got the double bear in my mouth. What am I going to do?
All right, so that was something we sort of covered. Where like, we weren't saying that men aren't emotional, but just that they might not want to share their emotions. So do you feel like that's just due to expectation?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of men do want to share their emotions, but they don't even know that they want to share them because they think that's not something they're allowed to do.
With other men or with other women? Like, I feel like
Well,
men
I mean,
are somewhat comfortable. Go on.
We're not allowed to have women friends, right? It makes it fun.
But your woman friend who goes out with the boys and she's one of the boys is like, are you sharing your emotions with her, or is she just laughing along like one of the boys?
I'm not sharing my emotions with anybody. That's why I'm committing suicide. It's all bottled up.
Okay. All right. So tell me this then. All right. Let's maybe switch gears. Are you in a relationship, or have you been in a relationship lately?
Yes. Yeah, as of recently, past year. It's really changed my outlook on the whole thing.
Yeah. So you've got a
I
woman now.
used to be, yeah. She tells me things that I would have never known. You know, the street thing. It blew my mind. I'm a big dude. I've never thought about it. I think just walking home, it's not a problem, but it is a problem to a lot of people. It's not cool.
Sure. But do you
A lot of
feel
men beat women up. I didn't know that.
you feel comfortable sharing your emotions with your girlfriend? Or not?
Well, now we're talking about our relationships. I thought we were talking about men and women.
What do you think men and women do, bro? They get in relationships.
Oh,
All right. Well, you don't have to tell me. You don't. Okay. I'm not prying here. So you got into a relationship with your girlfriend. She's telling you about
no. I tell her how I feel. You know, the whole men is trash thing. That was something I took offense of. That's when she said all men are trash once. I was like, I don't think I'm trash. I'm a guy. Doesn't that kind of break down the argument? But it's when she explained it to me. We looked at the who.int. We looked at some stats, and then I realized, just because I'm not trash doesn't mean that all men aren't trash.
No, I mean, isn't it just that? I'm getting some laser focus here on the catcalling thing, but it sounds like if she's upset with the catcallers, like those men are trash to her.
Oh yeah,
But you don't do that, and you're still a man.
Right.
So it does seem like a bit of a generalization.
Well, that's exactly what it is. It is a generalization. Because the majority of men catcall.
The majority?
Man, it's something like 1 in 3 women get like abused, sexually or physically or both, by like their intimate partners. Like,
right,
yeah, generally speaking, I think we're not doing too good. We're not doing great.
That is different from catcalling, though. I mean, I think that I could ask.
Well, what do you think? Do you think it's harder to catcall or to physically assault?
No. But I think if I asked every single man on the stream, like whether they're a catcaller or not, I think I would get zero cat. I think it's a specific kind of man who's standing on the street who's catcalling every woman who walks by. It's not every man who walks by a woman catcalls a woman.
Oh yeah, no, totally. But I mean, so let's drop the catcalling then.
Sure.
Let's just go to the abusing. You know, the
Okay.
shit, the sexual, physical. That's no good, right? 1 in 3. That's a lot of. I mean, surely there's going to be some non-male relationships going on there, but I mean, I think it's fair to say that a majority of relationships are male and female, right? So I mean, 1 in 3, that's still not great, no?
No, I wouldn't argue that 1 in 3 is a good stat. We're not doing a great job.
I think it's something like you have to quote me. I don't maybe actually no. You could quote me on this. I think it's just under 40% of women who are murdered by their intimate partner. Like that's not too good, you know. That's not great.
If that is true, that is crazy. I have to admit.
Yeah. Let's
that's wild.
You know what? Let's do a little research.
Are you looking this up?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, you look it up. I'll just take a minute here to think about it, just stew in my thoughts.
Globally. So here we go. This is
don't do globally. Don't do globally. Don't do globally.
Globally,
you gotta do the U.S.
of all men or women are commuted by intimate partners.
All right, come on. You got to do the United States. There's some cultural factors at play when it comes to globally.
Like what?
Like
what? Men are men. Are men in Europe not the same as American men? We're still men, right?
I don't think you're really talking about men in Europe, really. I mean, hey, I don't want to get racist, but I think you're talking about a different sector of the globe.
All right. But we're talking about men and women here. Come on.
All right, fine.
I'm talking about all men.
Read your stats.
It's 38%. 38% of all women who are murdered, it's committed by their intimate partners. That's no good.
It's harrowing.
That's pretty trash, you know?
I wouldn't say it's good. I say there's room for improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, that's what it is. Men. You know, when people say men are trash, it's really it's toxic masculinity, and that's what we're trying to fix here. Okay, you don't gotta take it personally. If you're not doing the toxic things, you're not a part of the group. Don't worry about it. Just listen. Just when women want to say stuff, just don't try to give them a solution to the problems. Just listen. Say, I understand.
Don't mansplain.
Yeah.
All right, Roberto. This is the last thing I'll ask you then.
Roberto.
On the
Roberto.
on the topic then of toxic masculinity.
Mm.
Do you feel like there is a widening umbrella of what toxic masculinity means? Is it something that is clearly defined, or is it something that is the definition is expanding all the time? Loaded question again.
That's a good question. Listen, this is what I think. At the end of the day, I think if you're doing something that's making women not feel uncomfortable, maybe you shouldn't do it. Maybe just give it another thought, okay? That's what I think.
Okay, wait, then I've got one more question.
If you're being uncomfortable, if you're making her feel uncomfortable, maybe it's a little toxic.
But I've got one more question then. This is a tiny one, and we really gotta wrap this up. When it comes to the point where you're not in a relationship with a woman, but let's say this is a flirtation. Where is that line drawn then? Where you as a man don't know. You clearly don't know because you're not in a relationship with a woman. You don't know what is making her comfortable or uncomfortable, but you want to get into this thing. So how do you know?
Yeah. So what we can do, we can use our words. We can say, "Hey, you okay with this? Are you comfortable? Is it okay if I do this? Is it okay if I do that?" Just ask them. That's all you got to do.
But do women really want that? I mean, I can't ask you because you're not a woman, but like, does that ruin the flirtation if you just halt everything and say, "Hey, wait a second, let's stop everything, let's stop the fun, and let's just figure out what exactly we're both feeling"?
Yeah, there's definitely women who are just going to want you to pin them to the wall and give them a good smooch, okay? But I can tell you, I asked before I went on a date with my current girlfriend. I asked before I kissed her. I said, "Can I kiss you?" She told me that was such a cute thing. She said that was one of the nicest things that a guy's ever done for me. Because in the past, the boys just pinned her against the wall. She's not expecting it. She doesn't like it.
It's like a wrestling
There's a time and place.
They learned it from sports.
Maybe you don't want to pin the girl you just went on a date with against the wall. Maybe that's not a good idea. I mean, you can do it eventually once you get the trust. Once you can talk about it, say, "Hey, maybe that's something I could do later in time." Right. But it's definitely not a first date. I want to thank you for having me. This has been a blast, and I'm going to continue watching the stream, okay?
Roberto, thank you for calling in. Appreciate your call.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Nice. I love when the caller signs off. That's my job. I sign you off. Hold on. I got a burp. Oh, okay. Let's see.
Call from
Ryan Smith.
Why give
to
you your whole
accept,
name?
press 1. To send.
Ryan?
Holy shit! Hi.
Yo, dude, you're on.
I am. That's cool. I actually didn't expect this.
Why did you give your last name? What the hell's going through your mind?
That's not a real name. That's not
good,
my
good.
actual
All right, good,
name.
good. All right, Ryan, then what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been listening to your videos for a couple of years now, and I know you're doing podcasts and stuff. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should get on and talk about that first guy, Bobbert, because he's blowing my mind, man.
What about? What was blowing your mind?
Okay, first off, if you don't get food with your girl, that's the same as cheat. That's just a fact of life. I'm kidding. But for real, he's talking about how, like, okay, it's blowing my mind because he was saying, like, I don't have any friends that are girls because being friends with a girl makes you a simp, and that's just. That's so indicative of so many people I know. Like, you can't be friends with girls. Like, they don't say that. They don't think that. It's a little more complicated. But like, it's like, oh fuck! I'm so worked up because I know there's people listening to my dumb ass.
It's okay. So wait. So are you? Well, tell me this then. Are you friends with women? Friends?
Yes, I have two best friends. One's a guy. One's a girl. I am best friends with each of them for two very different reasons, but one thing that Bobbert talked about was how he doesn't feel camaraderie with women. Yeah. And that to me seems so strange that you can't feel camaraderie with 50% of the population. Like, yeah, it's definitely a different experience, but like, I don't get how anyone could sit here and say like, oh, I can't be friends with girls. If being friends with girls makes me a simp. Like, what the fuck is that guy thinking? I don't know if I'm allowed to swear.
No. I mean, this is fucking internet. Nobody cares. Well, so I don't want to speak for Bobbert, but I'll just I feel like I understand to an extent what he's talking about. And you sort of said this too. The camaraderie is different. It's like, well, let me ask you this: is the woman that you're best friends with, is she like a one of the guys type woman, or is she like a fully fledged? Tell me this: are her other friends men or women? Does she have a lot of women friends?
Her other friends are mixed. I would say she's more. I wouldn't say she's one of the guys' kind of friends. I would argue like your stereotypical quote unquote emotional woman. And I guess it's kind of hard to put her in a box like that. But I would argue she's more one of the women than one of the guys.
Okay, all right. So then, how do you get along with her? You get along with her in a way that's different than your guy friends, or do you feel like it's the same?
It's it's different but the same. It's definitely a more of an emotional, openly emotional relationship that I feel with her. Like we do more, like most of our hangouts is kind of us hanging her out as opposed to like doing something. With my guy friends, I'm usually going over to do something like play video games or drink or something. But if I'm hanging out with her, I'm just going over to like hang out with her, and we'll talk about whatever. If we go do something, it's something we just kind of plan in the moment. So I guess it is different, but like I wouldn't say that's indicative of women. I've had women friends before that I've like before I moved from wherever I lived before to now. Like I've done stuff like that. It's just kind of weird to me that the experience that people are talking about that like I can't be friends with women. I've never experienced that because like I've always had a mismatch of like friend personalities amongst both. If that makes sense.
Sure, but but it is. I mean, I guess in this woman's case, your best friend woman's case, you are saying that it is different. Like the way that you talk, the way that you hang out is different. What are you talking about? Are we talking about her emotional things that she's going on and your emotional things? Is it a place to share emotions, or is it a place to just hang out and talk about whatever the hell you want?
Yeah, it's anything we talk about. Sometimes we talk about emotions. Even with my guy best friend, I talk about emotions sometimes. I will admit that I'm not the most comfortable going to him for emotions because he is worse at emotions than I would say she is. But like that doesn't mean I don't want to hear his emotions, and I won't share my emotions with him if I think it's something he would understand better.
Mm-hmm. You don't think?
I don't think so. I think it's just who they are as opposed to like indicative of their sex. I think in general men are going to be worse in emotions because we're not as raised to be as aware of our emotions as women are. And I will say like that is a difference, that like women are in general better at emotions, but I don't think that's because women inherently are better at emotions. I think it's just that's thrust upon them.
Okay. Sure. So then, well, what about like, so this woman best friend, like I met, how long have you been friends with her, I guess?
Over a decade.
Okay, so I imagine you both then have been through relationships while you've been friends with each other.
Yes, absolutely.
And do you talk to each other about that sort of stuff?
Yeah. I've told her about exes and things that they've done, and she's told me about her exes and things that they've done and stuff like that. Our relationship there was a point where both of us had some type of attraction to the other person, but like we figured out like our relationship works best as a friendship. So like I'm stupid. I'm really the first to admit I'm actually the dumbest person I've ever met. So if I can have a friend with a woman as a woman, I'm pretty confident anyone can, if they try just a little harder than they are now, they could easily do it. And I think there's too many people I know who think like Bobbert, who think being friends with women makes you a simp, and it's still blowing my mind because maybe I was raised by a single mother. Maybe that has had an influence on my ability to have friends with women. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but like Mao Zedong said, women hold a path to the sky, and it's like they're our comrades. Like these are these are people we have to interact with. Like,
whoa. You're fucking spouting some communist propaganda at me right now. God damn you!
Look,
this is not the stream for such talk, sir. Okay, wait. So you're raised by a single mom, and you were just talking earlier about how you think that the nurture aspect is perhaps the bigger part of why women are more open to or more receptive to emotionality, that sort of thing. So, I mean, do you think that's why you're more able to be friends with a woman because you were raised in that way?
I wouldn't say I was raised in that way. I was raised as your stereotypical boy. I was forced to do sports, even though I didn't really care for it. I preferred doing math, as nerdy as it sounds, but yeah. I didn't care. I was forced to play football, and I did track for 2 years and all that fun, stereotypical male stuff. But I still turned out like this way, so I don't know. I don't know how much of it's nurture if I'm for myself personally. Maybe
You don't think
just
it?
random.
You don't think it counts for yourself, just for everybody else?
No, if that's what I said. I didn't mean it like that. It's hard to take apart yourself because
Right.
it's like
Sure.
there's no way you can be unbiased for yourself.
Well, I'll ask you one more question then. Do you think that maybe the longevity of your relationship with your best woman friend has something to do with it? Where like you said you went through a period where you guys were maybe attracted to each other, and then you pushed through it. You decided afterwards that wasn't what you wanted. But like that, I think that's sort of maybe what Bobbert was talking about in some ways. Like some people don't push through it; they just lead up to that moment, and then it becomes, if it doesn't work out, then it becomes a bad thing.
I feel like if you are unwilling to be friends with the person you had attraction with, you weren't really listening to like that person as a person before. If you go into it with like a goal, like I want to date you, and then they say no, and then you're like, well, I don't want to be your friend. I feel like you're missing something. There's like some part of what it means to be human. You're missing some aspect of it, because if you found someone so interesting and so whatever you found attractive about them that wasn't on the physical level, and then they say they don't reciprocate that, but they want to still be your friend because they still feel like that same reciprocation of just shared interest, whatever it is that brought you guys together, and you can't do that. That to me seems so strange, because it's like, why give up the whole keg? I don't know the right expression, but why? How? There's so many men that I know that can't do that. That it's an all or nothing situation, and that to me seems so strange, because I'd rather have someone in my life as a friend if I can't have them as a significant other.
Well, I think men and women both, like all of us as people, deal with rejection in very, very different ways. In your situation, was it like a mutual agreement, or was it like one party felt one way and then was rejected, or was it just more mutual?
It was one-sided at first, and then it kind of became mutual, but they were in a relationship, and then it became lopsided again, and then it kind of just like we talked about it, and it was like you're my best friend. You've been my best friend for like 5 years at this point. I don't want to ruin this. Like, you're someone I come to for, you know me better than most people.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't want to ruin that. But I've also had to do that even recently. Within the last year, there was a girl that I liked, and she didn't feel the same way, which, yeah, obviously it stung, because like no one wants to feel rejected.
Right.
But then I like, we still were trying to remain friends. It didn't work for whatever reason, but like I did still try to remain friends.
But it sounds like, in your main best friend relationship, like, it sounds like it was complicated. It went through a whole complicated period, and you managed to work through it with them. You deserve credit for that. But, maybe don't be so angry at Bobbert, who just doesn't want to get into that whole thing to begin with, that whole complication.
I'm not mad at Bobbert so much as I don't understand people like Bobbert, because you're giving up. This world is hard and harsh and cruel, and we all know that. We all agree. I think you can ask men and women that, and we all agree that this world is in a downward spiral.
Sure.
And to literally say, like, I can't attempt to make friends with 50% of the population because of their gender. That to me is so, I don't want to say dumb, because that's not the right word, because like I do think that there is some nurture to that, where it's like there is kind of like, oh, men are men, men be boys, and boys be boys, and whatever, and all that fun stuff, and that's not so much as implied for girls. So I think there is an inherent, more not natural, but a more present camaraderie that does exist amongst men that is more default. But I think that if you shut yourself off to the potential of that from the other gender, you're just doing yourself a disservice. And that to me has always made sense. Like I've never had to really like think through that. I've always just naturally done that. So when other people are like, no, being friends with women makes you a simp, like that to me just boggles my mind. Like I'm not saying that you have to go be friends with a girl and go out to the bar and do makeup or any like girly stuff. There are women who like to play video games, who like to get shit-faced and play Super Smash Bros. And that's what me and my best friend do. We just get shit-faced and play Super Smash Bros. So it's strange because I can't comprehend it very well. That someone would, I'm just going in circles.
No, Ryan, thank you for calling in, giving me the alternate perspective. Appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
I gotcha. No, thank you for having me.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hell yeah. We're getting it. We're getting all perspectives here. I mean, no women yet, but, maybe at some point. One can only hope. Gonna take a quick break here. Let's see, 6-minute break. More music from Jabral coming on, and then we'll be getting back to the calls. Okay, we're back. Wait. I'm gonna do a shot. I'm gonna do a shot of tequila right now because I'm not there. I'm not ready for this discussion. Okay, here we go. Ooh. 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 Chasing it with some Bang energy drink. Ooh. And I got one of these. Nice. All right, lines are open again. 518-288-7938. We're talking about men and women. Men or women.
Call from Madeline.
Oh my God.
To accept, press 1.
It's
To
a
send a
woman.
voicemail.
Madeline.
Oh, hello.
Yo.
Oh, did I make it on?
You're on. You're in.
Oh my God.
It's happening. You're the first woman
Oh.
who's called in weeks.
I know. I needed to call in. I felt like I had to represent the gender.
Yeah, dude. Are you ready? Are you ready to lay it all on the line for women everywhere?
Yeah. I'm ready to lay it on the line for women. I mean, I didn't say defend. I just said represent.
No, of course not. All right, so what do you think? What has been your experience with men and women thus far?
Yeah. Well, my experience with men and women is like obviously they're different. Like what you said, there's no way you can't get away from that. Men and women are different creatures. But my experience has been that like I don't understand a lot of like I don't know, like when people talk about like as a woman, like when people talk about sexism and all the stuff that women go through, like I've never experienced that. I've never been catcalled. I've never been sexually assaulted. Like I'm like, am I just ugly?
What?
And that's what's happening to me. You know, like it's very weird. I've been in these positions where I feel like I'm not a woman because I have not ever experienced sexism. Not to say that means it doesn't happen, but like it's just very like even I think people don't realize among women, especially men don't realize among women, there's so many different kinds of women that like there are women out there like me who are just kind of like doing our thing, and all of a sudden you're caught up in all this men versus women stuff, and you're like, what the hell is happening?
That's right. We're battling it out right now. This is the frontier right now for men and women to just hurt each other with their words.
Exactly. Yeah, like it's like I don't know. Like even you're saying stuff about like, oh, like, you know, the worst part of being with a woman, being with her friends, and they're all going drinking, and it's like I'm like that's not me and my friends. I've never experienced that. Like I see
What do you
people
mean?
say
You
like,
don't have women friends?
No, I have women friends. We just don't go drinking and be stupid. We just talk about other things. I don't know.
What do you talk about?
Talk about books, talk about history, talk about philosophy sometimes, things that interest us.
Snore. Big snore. No, I'm just kidding. Do you live in a city? Are you walking around in a city? I feel like that's where the catcalling really occurs. There's only
Okay. This is the thing. I don't live in a city, but I've been to a major, I won't say which one, but major eastern seaboard city many times because I live near it. I've never been catcalled, ever. And I talked to my mom about this, bringing up my mom because she's my BF. She's awesome. She's amazing.
She's
the best person ever.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, she's never been catcalled, and she's hilarious because she gets upset about it. She's like she was like, I was biking next to these construction workers. They didn't say anything. And I'm like, what are you talking about, Mom? Like there's different women out there, and there's different. I'm not saying obviously catcalling. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, and obviously it sucks for people it happens to. But it's just like I don't know if like I'm living in an alternate reality or something. Like where I don't know. I haven't experienced. I've never experienced sexism. Like I'm like I don't know personally. Not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm like I don't know what's going on with everybody else. Same thing where like, and again, this isn't so much guys in real life, but I get very upset when I see guys on the internet and they're like talking certain smack about girls. And I'm like, what girls are you hanging out with? Like, are you just like seeing the worst of the worst? Like, I'm like, I don't know.
Well,
Like, I don't.
I think that's the internet to some degree. Is everybody seeing
Yeah.
the worst of the worst? You don't think you've ever experienced sexism?
No. I honestly, I've never. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm still in college, so maybe
Yeah, you got a long way to
maybe
go.
it'll happen. But like, I don't know. I've never felt like. I mean, yeah, no. I've never felt like I was making less at a job. In fact, I've made more since waitressing. Waitresses make more than waiters, and that's known. But like, yeah, I've never felt like anybody, except on the internet. But the internet that's not real life. Internet's not real life. I've never felt put down because I'm a woman. I don't know. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but like, and I feel bad. I think there's a lot of things that guys, honestly, there's things where I think like, oh, if we're going to talk about toxic masculinity, I think it hurts men more. There's things where like, I see guys talk about how like they can't cry, or they're afraid to cry, or they feel like if they like open up to women will make fun of them and stuff like that. It's sad. I don't know. I think that's sad. I think men need
well, what
love.
about you and your woman friends? Are you guys crying when you talk about history, or do you feel free to open up to each other emotionally? Is that something that comes up a lot?
Oh yeah, I mean I cry all the time, so that's just women are emotional. I'll say that they're definitely emotional. They can be too emotional, but I always feel better after I cry. So I'm like, you know what, just let it out, have a little emotion, and then continue with your life.
Oh yeah, I mean I feel the same way, but I always cry to myself. It's in my deepest, darkest moments. I would never put that on a man to watch me cry. That sounds terrible.
Oh, I mean, I guess with me it's like not so much in front of my friends, which is a little awkward. But like, again, my mom is like my best friend, so it's like I'll just break down in front of her. That doesn't matter. She loves me. And then I don't know if that's lame. But, and then my boyfriend, I'm breaking down, and he's like, there, patting my back, and then everything's fine.
So you're in a relationship currently?
Yes.
And how is that going?
Yes.
Do you feel like, do you ever talk to your boyfriend about, I mean, it sounds like I'm struggling to find the words. It sounds like you're perhaps not. I don't know what I'm trying to say. So I'll tell you this. I'm switching gears. Because I don't have anything to say about this. You as a waitress, you don't feel like you're ever being, looked upon in a certain way? You said you get more tips. Is that just because, like, you're nicer?
That's just, I mean, if you talk to any guy who's waitress, and the guys used to complain about this at the place I worked at, guys just don't much tip as girls. And I think it has to do with this sort of like, oh, girls are nicer and friendlier stereotype or something that people have. For whatever reason, girls just get tipped more than guys in that profession. I will say this. Me and my best friend waitressed at the same place together. My best friend got a lot of unwelcome attention from guys. I did not. The difference between me and my friend is that I do not have boobs or a butt. My friend is very curvy. So I did not experience any of the unwelcome attention. So that might be a big part of women who are getting catcalled and experiencing unwelcome attention, because she definitely dealt with a lot of that, and I felt bad for her. That sucked for her. Like, guys constantly talking to her about that kind of stuff, and she was not happy with that. But I'm not cursed or blessed with those assets.
I feel like I subconsciously tip women more just to seem impressive.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Like, I don't feel the need to impress dudes, and I feel like it's some dude, it's like, well, I don't care. I don't care at all. But like, if it's a woman, it's like, oh, whoa, look at this. 25%. That's crazy, isn't it? That's because I have a lot of money to throw around. That's just me.
Well,
though.
I mean, I
can't speak for all men.
Some women out there who are waitresses are shameless, and they will totally flirt to get more tips.
Nice.
I mean, I was just trying to survive when I was working, so
no.
it wasn't anything.
Okay. Well, so do you have dude friends then?
I would say yeah. I don't really have a lot of friends, so.
Nice.
But
Nice.
I always liked having I don't know, you could call them friends, but like acquaintances, like in like high school and stuff. Like hanging out, talking in classes. I found it easier. I mean, this is such a stereotype, like, oh, it's easier. It's easier for me to be friends with guys than with girls, with blah blah blah. But like, there's something about guys that like you kind of know where you stand with them, whereas with girls, like especially in places like high school where there's a lot of like I don't know cliques or whatever, you kind of never knew like what a girl was
Drama.
thinking about.
Yeah. Well, why do you think?
So
Yeah.
like
So that's why you think that stereotype exists, because like women friends, or maybe you don't know what really they're thinking. You as a woman don't know what a woman is thinking.
no, I think you do know what they're thinking. Like you're like there were times when I was in school where I was like I hated doing group projects with girls. I loved being put in a group with all guys because I would be put into a project with girls that like I don't know were above me socially or whatever. I don't know any of that stupid stuff. And like you could tell like they just didn't want to be around you. Like you could tell like they were doing it subtly, but if a guy doesn't like you, like he'll make it pretty obvious, and that makes it like I don't know more comfortable to be around. Like you're like okay now this is out in the open. I can I don't know maybe I'm more of a confrontational person, so that was more comfortable for me. But like but yeah, I guess women can be a little more sly than
Ah,
men.
okay. So you feel like, yeah, okay. So you're saying that like, so if a man just isn't interested in you at all, he won't even pretend.
Yeah, yeah.
But do you think that
Yeah.
that when you're talking to men, it boils down to romantic interest, or do you think that you and men have the capability of having like a platonic interest?
Mhm. I think there's the capability for that. I have a friend who like there was never anything like romantic or any tension between us. But I will say it's definitely difficult. I've been in multiple situations where like you get in this awkward situation where you're talking with a guy and then all of a sudden in the back of your head you're like, "Oh shoot, does this guy think I'm interested in him?" And like do I have to leave the conversation or something? But then you can't bring that up because like you don't want to assume that the guy is into you.
Hmm.
You don't want to assume like, oh, I'm so beautiful and desirable. The only reason this guy is talking to me is because he wants me,
Hmm.
like like don't want to think that about yourself. But yeah, but it's like this awkwardness. I feel like maybe for well no, I guess on both sides. I was gonna say maybe for girls more than men, but there's this awkwardness of like you never really know why somebody's approaching you or talking to you. If there's like you're always that thought of like, oh no, like are they romantically interested in me?
Sure.
And you don't. That's always an awkward situation. I feel like.
And
So yeah, I
that's
think
perhaps maybe something that's sort of comforting to straight men hanging out with each other, is they don't even have to worry about that at all.
yeah,
There's no chance that like you're hanging out with your guy friends and they're just humoring you because they want to suck your dick. If they're straight, if they're all straight.
yeah.
But so, how do you deal with that then? Like if you said you've had these situations, what do you do? Do you just back out? Do you try to cool off? How does that work?
Oh, I am horrible at talking to people. So my both of these situations that happened to me ended up being these like I got into this really long conversation with a guy, like I'm talking like 4 hour long conversation with a guy where I'm like, wow, like this person's really cool. And then all of a sudden, like I get to a point in the conversation where I'm like, shoot, like I didn't bring up the fact that I have a boyfriend and now like it's not occurring naturally in the conversation. So
Mm.
if they like me, I can't bring this up now because that'd be like really awkward. I don't want to assume like this person's into me, but
Yeah.
it just like the conversation keeps happening and then you're kind of trapped and you're like, oh shoot, like they want to watch a movie with me. Is this a date? Are they just trying to hang out? So I just never talk to them again.
I thought you said you were
Because I don't know what
confrontational.
to do. Yeah, I guess that. I don't know. Well, look, I'm confrontational, but like I'm not in the way that like I'm not a super attractive person. So I do not want to be that person who's like, "Oh, I have a boyfriend. Like I know you were into me." You know, like I never want to assume a guy is into me. Like I don't have a lot of luck with guys, so I pretty much never assume a guy is into me.
Well, let me ask you this then,
Yeah.
as a final question here. Then, do you prefer then that when you're talking to a man that they're really upfront about that sort of thing, where like they let you know right off the bat, like they're being like super flirtatious, and it's very obvious when that is like what they're actually after, when it's not just a friendship situation, when they actually are romantically interested in you?
I mean, yeah, I would. That's never happened to me, but
Never.
I mean, no, I've never had it. If it has, I've been completely oblivious. I mean,
How'd you get
my
together with your boyfriend? Yeah, exactly.
We were friends. I was unofficially tutoring him in a subject in college, and
Nice.
yeah, and we were friends, and he was flirting major with me, and I was pretty dumb, and it took me a while to figure out it was happening, and then to figure out what to do about it, even though I really liked him. Yeah, so I've never I've never had a guy with that. We started out as friends. I've never had a guy like straight up tell me, but I think I would prefer that. If you don't already naturally start out as friends, you know, like seeing each other everywhere, doing stuff together anyway, maybe in like a big group of friends, I would prefer that. Yeah, as a woman, I would prefer know where you stand, know what's happening, no awkwardness.
But do you think, is there must be a limit? I mean, you said that there was your friend who was waitressing, and people were sort of coming on to her, like, and she didn't like it. Like, do you think that there is a limit where it's just like you actually maybe don't want people to be too upfront? There's like some sweet spot you got to hit?
Yeah, with that, it was like people would continuously talk to her about it. And that was different because she's asexual, so she's totally not about like any of that kind of stuff. So like she was really, that's why she was like especially uncomfortable about it. And it was like jokes, and people would like they'd be flirting with her, and then they'd like just continue, you know,
Right.
and like, yeah, it wasn't like something where it's like, oh, hey, I'd love to ask you out, and she'd be like, no, sorry, and they'd be like, okay, and then everything would be normal. It would be like, you know, continuous. And that, I think, is where then you get into the when girls get annoyed and frustrated by men, when it's like the men won't drop it. But I don't think the majority of men are like that. I don't know.
But do you think that if someone was really being obvious with you, and you didn't want it, and it was very clear to you but not clear to them, do you think you would be able to make it clear to them, or that it would sort of rest in this unknown zone?
I mean, I would prefer. I think it's better. It's the nicer thing to do to make it clear to them, so they don't, you know, feel like they're ghosted or something. Like if it was very clear, I'd be, you know, just try to be nice about it and be like, hey, like it seems like you're kind of interested in me. I'm sorry, like I don't feel that way, but I feel very flattered. Like, you know, I think that's what's fair for the guys. You know, guys are people too. They can get their feelings really hurt. It's hard to be the person always initiating. You know, in our society, that's what tells us like, oh, the men have to initiate, have to ask out the women. So that's hard and scary, I know, for guys. So yeah.
Well, that is sort of the funny thing. Is like the sort of guys that are going to be really aggressive about it seem to be the sort of guys who also won't accept the obvious rejection. Like they want it, they go for it. Whereas like then you've got the other sort of guys that are like sort of playing the weird game where like we're gonna try to like slowly get in there, but it's like it's not good for anybody when people aren't being upfront, when people are being sly, like you said.
They're being sly foxes. That's the problem.
All right, Madeline, thank you for calling in. Appreciate your perspective here.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for calling. All right, we got a woman. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Talk to a woman on the stream. It's great. I gotta say, it's great.
Call from
Tim.
Oh, God. Tim, I know who this is.
Yeah, man. How's it going? I'm a little tipsy right now. We made Jello shots.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, no, I know. I'm there. I'm beyond there. I'm ready. What do you have to say, Tim? You're an interesting fella. You've called in a few times. You've dabbled with men and women.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, you've got men bitching about women, women bitching about men, kind of, but not really. That girl was kind of red pill, kind of based. But I'm going to bitch about fucking gay dudes.
Okay.
Because they just drive me fucking crazy.
Tell me.
I'm gonna tell you specifically about, like, I'm gonna make a big point about gay dudes in general.
Okay.
And then bring it all back to one guy named Johnny fucking Rockets.
Wow. That's a restaurant chain.
Really?
You've never been to a Johnny Rockets?
No.
Dude, it's like a weird restaurant chain where they pretend it's still the 50s and everyone wears 50s outfits and they've got malted milkshakes. You never been to one?
No, man. Hold on. I'm going to take you off this fucking Bluetooth I have. I'm getting weird today. All right. You there? Everything good?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. I can hear you. Okay,
but don't worry about the
right.
restaurant. Don't worry about the restaurant. We'll get back to that. We'll circle back.
We'll circle back. Okay. Here's my fucking problem. Okay. I'm bi, love women, love men, love spending time with them.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate super gay dudes. I just hate the fucking rainbows and the fucking flags and just walking around with the fucking butt plug up while you're at the fucking Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate that shit, man.
You're talking about gay dudes that are specifically pride, like they take a lot of pride in their gayness, or feminine gay dudes? What exactly do you mean?
Feminine gay dudes who, like, as soon as you meet them, like, they're gonna let you know that they're gay, and
Okay.
it's like, I find it annoying as fuck, and it's like gross to me. But I need to circle back, because the reason I hate these men is because I lived with one of them. And the name he went by was Johnny Rockets.
Okay, good.
All right, man.
We know
happened.
now as an audience that Johnny Rockets is a restaurant and it's also a man's name. But yeah, go on.
Well, all right. I had just graduated college. My fucking friend at the time, Bo, if he's listening, fucking bitched out on a fucking us living together. Bo, go fuck yourself. He listens all the time. But I had gotten trapped. I don't know if you have these where you're from, but I'm in a college town. And so a lot of apartments do what's called a room deal, where you pay like a very low rent, like $400, and you're put in a 4-bedroom apartment with 3 other dudes or girls, depending on what your deal is, or trans people or whatever.
Do they
right.
specifically, is that a form you have to mark, whether you're okay with living with men or women?
So when I signed on, they you put, I'm okay with living with people of the same gender. I'm okay with living with people with opposite, both, or I am trans and specifically want to live with people who say they're okay with living with trans people. You know,
Okay.
They try to do a little bit so no one gets like raped or murdered.
Sure.
But I had gotten in this place because of Bo, and the first year went great. I lived with 2 dudes. One of them, never there. He had like 3 jobs and his wife hated him. He just wasn't there. He was going to kill himself soon anyway. The other guy was a hermit. He literally stayed in his room all day betting on sports. He was like a veteran and he was crazy and he was great. Loved him.
Wow.
But then I signed my lease again because I couldn't get a place with Bo. And as soon as I signed it, like the next month, a guy just shows up in the apartment and he's just like, hi, how are you? And I first noticed he has shaved legs.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, this is probably a gay dude. But like, he looked like he was in his 40s. And I was like, yeah, maybe me and him can have a little fun together. All right, finally. Mm-hmm. Finally a gay dude I can fuck.
Sure.
All right? And then so he disappears for like a week. He comes in, he checks out the room. Next week, I hear him come in, and I was really embroiled listening to some music. I was probably high or drunk or something, I don't know. But I didn't go out the whole day, even though I heard him come in. I heard him talking to the other roommates. I heard him moving stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about 9 p.m. And I said, I need to go out and say hi to my new apartment mate, my new roommate. And I opened the door. The lights are off, but there are candles in the main room. Just so you know the setup, by the way.
Yeah, romantic.
It's 4 bedrooms, and there's a main living room and kitchen that everyone shares. He's in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
There are candles all around the table. He is pulled up with like a little blanket all over him. He is eating Ferrero Rochers. He is drinking some rosé. He is wearing a fluorescent pink like Party City wig and not much else.
Oh, wow.
Okay, the blanket is falling down. He's not wearing a shirt. As I kind of go out to greet him, he kind of slips a leg out. He might be wearing a thong. That's it.
Okay, so you're thinking he's definitely very gay.
Yes.
And what's going through your mind there? You've got the candles. He's got the blanket. What do you think?
At first, so if he wasn't wearing the wig, I would have been like, well, shit, I guess we're gonna fuck in the living room. But he turns to me and goes, oh, hi there, big boy. I shit you not, just like that. Like most gay people sound like me. They sound normal. But he was like doing a voice, not of a woman, but as an extremely gay man.
Okay.
And I was just like,
that turned
hi.
you off?
He did not. And I was like, oh, hi, I'm Tim. I live right here. I have a girlfriend, by the way. I'm going out to see her right now. Just pretended to be straight.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Now, that was the opener. And what would happen, I lived with this man for 11 months.
Mm-hmm.
First thing that happened is that he would go around the apartment wearing like booty shorts, like it hiked up, showing his butt cheeks, of which there was very little to show. And he would wear the Party City wig, and he would wear like a tight t-shirt where it's tied off, where like if he was a woman, his breasts would be popping out, but it just showed his sad nipples. And this was what I had to deal with. And like originally I thought he might be fuckable, but he was just the way he acted turned me off entirely. And I saw through the thong he was just packing a micro penis.
Well, I mean, Tim, he could have been a grower and not a shower. I mean, how do you know?
Oh, we're going to get to that the minute hour. We're going to get to that, sir.
All right, sure.
All
okay,
right.
So what happened next?
All right. So about 2 months in, I had talked to him a few times because I was like, hey, man, I'm really not comfortable with you walking around in your underwear. Like, none of us do that. It's not fair for you to do that in here. Like, I'm not trying to hate on you, but please put on some pants. And for a while, things were good. And he would wear shorts, but they were shorts. And it got better for a little bit. Then, we're about 3 months into him living there. And I just hear, through the wall.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, I kind of wake up. He's woken me up with his moans, and I put my ear to the door, and he is, by God, he is fucking himself something fierce.
Oh.
And I'm like, all right, I can't deal with this shit. I'm gonna go to my fucking car. I'm gonna go to my car. I'm just gonna sit and think about my life because I can't deal with having this dude just moaning next door to me.
Mm-hmm.
I go to my car. I give it like 30 minutes. I listen to music. I was smoking at that time. I probably had a smoke or two. I go back upstairs. Now, here's the weird thing. He wasn't naked when I opened the door. I opened the door. Then he opened his door and walked to the laundry room completely naked, extremely small penis, fully erect. And then he kind of went, oh, I'm so sorry, Tim. And he like kind of covered himself, but not really covering himself. Like his dick was like coming out from between his fingers. And I was like, man, this is not cool. I'm going back to my car, go back in your room, put some fucking clothes on. But literally almost nightly until the end of the lease, I would hear him fucking himself and moaning next door. And it...
Okay. Tim.
Yeah.
question. I have a question.
Of course.
Okay.
Take as many as you like.
Yeah, you say that you're bi, and even you had a girlfriend at this time. Do you?
I didn't have a girlfriend at this time, but I've
Oh, I thought
had
you said-
girlfriends, and I've fucked a lot of guys at this point.
Oh, okay.
I was out at
All
this
right,
point.
Okay. I thought you said that. But so, do you feel like gay guys, when they see you, know that you're gay? Is there something you have to do to express to them that you're gay, or do they just they know that you're into that? Not that you're gay, but that you're into that.
The only way they'd know if I was at a gay club, because I remember when I was like 18 or so, I fucked this really hot meth head, and he said, "Tim, I thought you were just like working at Lowe's, had 2 kids and a divorced wife. I had no idea."
Are all the gay
And I was
guys
like,
you
"Really?"
fuck like have this weird Southern affected voice?
Well, I am in the South, and there are a lot of old queens, but he had a pretty gay voice too, but he was a very attractive man.
Okay. All right. So
So I was okay
you're saying that they don't know you. It's only apparent to them when you choose to make it apparent.
Yeah, when I come over and say, "Hey, baby, what you doing?" Then they know.
So where are you at right now? I mean, like, when it comes to bisexual people, that's like the ultimate. It seems like the ultimate. Or just like you don't care at all. You could just fuck anybody in the whole wide world if you are attracted to them. But like when it comes to your friends, who are you able to be friends with? Do you think you're able to be friends with everybody?
I've had a lot of guy friends, a lot of girlfriends, female friends over the years. Like right now, living with my best friend Grayson. She's like a she they. She has a vagina, but she's like a they, I think.
Okay.
And then I've had several male friends. Bo, despite fucking me, is on the friend list.
But you want it to be more. You obviously are looking to be in a relationship with Bo. Is that what what you're saying?
No. Bo does not brush his teeth properly.
Okay.
He's got like weird stomach fat where he kind of has abs, so it looks like a turtle shell. And like when he stands, like his legs go really far backward. I'm just roasting my friend Bo now.
Yeah. These are some pretty strange quarrels you have with Bo.
Yeah, man. But yeah, my point was I fucking hate these gay dudes who don't respect boundaries. And like people I talk to, I'm in the South, say, "Oh man, I have like internalized homophobia because of church." I'm like, I have it because I lived with the gayest man on earth for 11 months, and it made me ashamed to be gay.
So you really don't like when the gay dudes are going, maybe you think, out of their way to express their gayness? Because it sounds like like you just said, like we can't even tell from looking at you whether you're gay or not. So that's something you have a problem with, is when gay guys are making it overt?
Well, it's not like a moral problem. It's more like, I don't know, I find it kind of annoying and weird. And like personally, I think masculinity is like fucking awesome. Like if you're a man, if you're lucky enough to be born a man, you should fucking go to the gym. You should fucking have hair on your chest. Like you shouldn't shave or fucking feminize yourself. Just fucking be a man.
Yeah, I do love it. I do love being a man. I can't deny it. So does that have to but what about like maybe that has something to do with it, like with gay people being overtly gay, is like they just want to make it known right off the rip, like, yo, I am gay, I'm looking for gay sex, this is what I'm all about.
I think it's also like I live in a pretty southern, Christian area, and I'm a Christian. A lot of Christians aren't cool with that shit. Like I get it, and I think some of them do kind of do this thing where it's like, hey, I want to let you know that I'm gay as hell, because that way we aren't going to like associate with each other. Then you're going to say something about them, they're faggots. Like you want to let them know like, hey, this is the deal.
Just right off the rip. Are you saying that they want to know like whether you hate them or whether you like them? Like is that the binary choice?
Well, it's like, if it's going to be a problem, You know, like I kind of
Right.
get that. Like you don't want to get in some social circle where you think that you're like accepted and shit, not really mentioning that you're gay, and then suddenly someone says something that, you know, doesn't accept you as like, ah, those gays go to hell or something. And then, you know, it's a very awkward social situation, man.
I see.
You know,
I
I'll
see.
admit I've been in that space, you know, and it's like, oh, geez, I kind of got to bounce.
And maybe that's more prevalent like in the South. I mean, I feel like the gay acceptance thing is getting pretty mainstream. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
Yeah, I just hope the furries stay in the closet, man. There are these fucking
No, they
like
won't.
gay furry dudes with fucking tails, and they're so horny and they're so ugly. And just if you're furry, stay in the closet. Don't go to gay clubs. No one wants to fuck you except for the people who have AIDS.
God. All right, Tim, thank you for calling in. Appreciate
Yeah,
your
man.
perspective
Always.
as always.
Hey, I got a quick question for you, dog.
Sure.
Man, do you have any advice on giving greasy vegetables to chicks? Because I was over at this girl's place and her little brother was there, and I had to take a shower afterwards. Do you have any tips on that?
It's just you have to arrive with two separate bags. One is the greasy bag of donuts that you give to the little brother, and one is the bag of fresh vegetables that the woman will appreciate. That's the only advice I have.
Gotcha, man. All right, have a good rest of your stream, dude.
All right, thanks for calling in, Tim.
Bye.
Wouldn't be a stream without Tim calling in. I gotta say, I love Tim. Always got something to say. Something I'm not expecting or ready for.
Call from
Dan.
Dan.
to accept.
Dan.
Hey.
Yo, Dan. What up, dog?
Nothing much. I just got the notification that you're streaming, and well, what's the stream about so far? Because I only just tuned in.
Dan, you called in with no knowledge?
Hey, sometimes you got a busy schedule, and sometimes you just gotta drop everything and call in.
Dude, Dan, I respect it. We're talking about men and women, which can mean whatever you want it to mean. It could be any experience you've had with any men or woman ever. Could be like you've had a relationship you want to talk about, but we're talking the two sexes. What do you think? What's your opinion?
Honestly, mixed. Right now, I'm in a situation where it's hard to find, that person, whoever that person may be, and it's bringing up certain questions about who I am, who I would find that would make me happy in the first place.
Okay, all right. So what do you? Yeah, where does this complication lie? You had a one feeling about someone you might want, and now you're veering towards something else.
Well, there was this one person, this one fella I had a relationship with. It lasted. It went on for about a year, and I would say I was happy with it until there was that breaking point. And once, what it was the guy, he was sweet. He made me happy. He looked out for me. I looked out for him.
Mm-hmm.
But certain things, certain arguments we had, we couldn't get over. Certain people, certain ex-friends
Okay.
got in the way.
So
And at a certain point,
go on.
I just want, at a certain point, it makes me think, was I happy in the first place? When truly was that breaking point?
So what? I mean, I don't want to get, I don't want to pry into this specific thing too much, but you're talking about this person had complicated relationships, past relationships, and you felt like it wasn't jiving with your current relationship.
It was more like he wasn't jiving with those relationships, which wasn't my problem. I had no problem with these ex relationships of his, but he had a problem with me associated. You get my feeling.
Well, how do you mean? If you weren't having a problem with it, what was the issue then?
So, like, how would you feel if someone you were with was getting buddy with one of your exes?
One of your exes or one of their exes?
One of your exes.
I wouldn't like that. That would be a bit strange. They didn't know your ex prior to your being in a relationship with this person?
So, being in a relationship with this person, they told me about their exes, right?
Yeah.
And I had already known their exes beforehand. I just didn't know that they were their exes.
Okay.
So I still hung out with these people, and they were still friends to me. They just were no longer friends with the person I was dating. And that caused friction, and that caused me to have arguments with the person I was dating. And again, I wondered, was I happy with the person I was dating to begin with? Because maybe they were always like this. Maybe I didn't see it.
Like you thought that the person that you were dating was it that you were getting confused about, like, you didn't know how they were with other people, and so you thought maybe like that's just how they are, and they're not like necessarily like trying to get with your exes, but they're just, was the question then what they're trying to do, their motivation? Was that
It was more I wanted to hang out with these people, and my relationship at the time, the person I was having the relationship with at the time, didn't want me to, and I didn't like that they didn't want me to. I didn't like that being controlled in that way. And that's what made me think.
Wait,
well,
I'm getting confused. I need some clarification. I thought you were saying that your boyfriend was trying to get with your exes, but now you're saying that like you didn't want to hang out with their. Sorry, go on.
It was, I want to hang out with my boyfriend's ex.
You do?
Yeah, just as friends.
And and your boyfriend, they were their friends as well? Like they were friends with their exes and you wanted to get in on that?
They weren't friends with their exes, but I wanted to be friends with their exes.
Why? Wait, hold on. This is a total reversal. I thought you were saying that this is what the other person wanted, but why do you want to be friends with their exes if they're not even friends with their exes?
Because I don't have beef with their exes. Their exes are just my friends. That's how it was before the relationship, and
okay, right.
Me being in that relationship didn't change that fact.
I see that. I mean, that is pretty complicated, though. I mean, sometimes when people they with their exes, they don't want anything to do with them. How do you feel with your exes? I mean, are you friendly with your exes?
I am. I try my best to just, live and let live. It didn't work. Let's still be friends.
Okay. And this is just not how...
And it's just not how my boyfriend at the time jived.
So what ended up happening? You got into arguments about this sort of thing?
Yeah, and then I felt like in that situation I was being more controlled than I would like, and I wondered if my boyfriend at the time had always just been like that, been, controlling.
And then did you break up with him? Is that how this went?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, this is fucking weird.
Well, you called in. I mean, I get to ask you whatever the hell I want.
I called in.
I can ask you whatever the hell I feel like. No, I mean, you can obviously answer whatever you want. Okay, so I'm not trying to like, I understand. I don't understand for sure. Like, I'm coming into this with just this very bare amount of information. But so, okay, let's try to just round this out then. We're talking about men and women. Do you feel like there's that anything that what you had to do with has to do with men and women? Like, clearly you're in this relationship where there's this complicated thing going on. Do you think that, like, I don't even know. Do you feel like it was specific to this person? It's an ultra specific situation, or have you had this sort of experience before?
I hadn't had this sort of experience before, and it made me think, how do I feel about men and women? How do I feel about relationships in general?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard. Adulting is hard.
Let me ask you this then. You're a gay man, yeah?
You could say that.
I mean, yeah. Well, are you bi or gay? I mean, it's up to you. I don't want to.
I would say I'm bi.
Okay, sure. So then, do you think that this is a specific thing you've had with gay men, or do you think that this feeling is also similar in the woman relationships you've had?
Honestly, I maybe this is bias, but I don't feel like I felt a similar thing with relationships I've had with women. That might just be due to a small sample size, but be that as it may.
All right. Well, hey, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you calling in.
Glad to offer my perspective.
Yeah, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay. I don't know. I was kind of grasping with that call. I don't know.
Call from
Gus.
To accept, press 1.
Gus.
Oh, no way, I'm on?
Yo, Gus. Yes. What up?
Hey, it's pretty good over here.
Yeah, calling from Washington, longtime listener, first time caller.
Dude, hell yeah,
Um,
Washington.
yeah,
That's like the opposite side of the country for me.
yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
What's the
Um,
weather like over there? Before you get into men and women.
it's sunny. It's kind of breezy. Um,
Sounds nice.
out here in Pullman. I hope I don't get doxxed.
Oh yeah, we've got people who are triangulating your position right now.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
those
find you.
4chan wizards.
Yeah, dude. All right, so Gus, you called into the men and women stream. What did you have to say
Yeah.
about men or woman?
This is about women. So I'm a hetero dude. And you know, I broke up with my 4-year girlfriend. Got out of high school. I broke up a month and a half ago. Maybe.
Fresh.
And then half a month ago, yeah, it's fresh. It still stings. Not really. But half a month ago, we hooked up again.
Oh no.
It was just a really, I don't know if you've ever hooked up with an ex before, but it's a very weird feeling, kind of surreal.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, the point of this being, I'm a horny motherfucker. Like,
Sure.
every time a fucking girl smiles at me now, I just get that, the fucking, the horniness comes on. And I don't know, I haven't gotten this for like 4 years,
Mm-hmm. You're in.
Yeah.
Are you in college now, or are you working? What's your
Yeah,
deal?
I am. Yeah.
College?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm college. I'm pretty much doing like nothing but school and work. And, it's just hard to meet women now because I'm not 21 yet. I can't really go out to bars and stuff, go out drinking. So I'm just kind of in this limbo where I just, I can't meet available women,
Well, I mean, hey, college. That's a space where available women are. Going to bars, that's not good. You'll learn when you do turn 21. That's not a good space to meet people. Well, but anyway, okay. So you're very horny. You're ultra horny now. You're outside of your relationship. Do you have woman friends? What's your friend situation like?
Yeah, I've got plenty of friends in school and at work, but I don't feel really comfortable starting a relationship with them. As the previous couple of callers have said, like, there's a definite difference between having friends and having people that you're actually attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
The bisexual callers. That's something I always wondered about, really. Like, how do you really differentiate between friends and potential mates?
If you're bi?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I answered my own question there, right? I have women friends, and I don't know. It's just weird to me. I don't have an outlet besides my right hand.
Nice. Okay, so you're saying that you don't know how you would figure out who you want to date besides who you're attracted to? That's like the main? I mean, I'm not saying this is strange at all, but like that's the criteria. Someone that you actually are attracted to, romantically, physically.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm going to basic training in June, so
Oh boy.
I only have a set amount of time to get this through before I'm surrounded by a bunch of men.
Right.
Yeah.
So, what do you think then? I mean, like, are you still in contact with this ex of yours? I mean, I have.
Yeah.
You asked me,
Yeah.
and I have hooked up with exes, and it's. I personally, I can't speak for you. It feels terrible. It feels absolutely awful because I've only broken up with girlfriends, and I've felt only that it was a huge mistake when I have rekindled that briefly.
Yeah, okay. I'll try and avoid that then. Wasn't really on the table very much. It was just kind of a one-time thing and gave us quite a bit of closure, I think.
Oh, okay.
It was completely antithetical to what you'd think the hooking up with an ex horror story would go. But yeah, hey, your past couple of YouTube releases, they've also been about like exes and stuff. So, I hope it all goes well on your end. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, you're signing off?
Gus is out.
All right, fine. Gus, thanks for calling. Appreciate your call.
Yeah, thank you.
God damn it. I feel like I've failed when the caller signs off. I feel like I've done something wrong. But, whatever. Okay, we're going to take another break here. This is like another 6-minute break. Yeah, we'll be back in a bit with more callers. Music from Gibral. Links in the description.
She should be able to according to no law of aviation.
Okay. Damn. Men and women. Men and women. We've all got something to say about these gold darn men and women. This has been a weird one. Oh. What's this? Hello?
Yo, are you there?
Yo, yo, yo. I think I can hear you. Say something?
I am here.
Yes. This is Moxie Famous, correct?
Yes, finally we got some good quality audio going, right?
Yeah, dude. We're on the PC line now. No more of this phone bullshit.
Hell yeah. This house can burn down.
All right, Moxie. We couldn't hear you practically at all last time. Well, we heard about 30% of what you were saying.
Yeah, skateboard. Yeah.
Yeah, but now you're coming in loud and clear. And you're calling into the men and women stream. What did you have to say about that?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I've had a lot of very influential and important women in my life, some very deep friendships. And I think it's important to say that, given some of the callers so far, you know.
You have been able to be friends with women. It's not a struggle for you.
Yeah, but I didn't actually want to talk about that tonight.
Okay, sure. What do you want to talk about?
What I did want to talk about, something I was thinking about the other day when I was trying to figure out, why do women have sex with dogs? And here's what I think. Here's what I think it is.
Okay.
Dog is man's best friend, correct?
Yeah, I'm on board so far.
Yes, yes, yes. And women are jealous of this because they're jealous creatures. And they want dogs to be their best friends.
Have you been experiencing this? Women who are wanting to have sex with dogs?
Oh, come on. It's well known. Look at your YouTube chat. There's a couple in there. I'm sure of it.
Well, why?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Sure.
So women have sex with dogs to gain favor. Because, that's been a pretty tried and true method so far in history.
Have sex with the man's friend.
With anything. But dogs, like men, really just want to eat barbecue in the backyard. That's it. If these stupid women would just learn to barbecue, everyone would love them. Man, dog, everyone.
Wait, so how do the women attract the dogs then? If that's what the dogs want and the woman can't barbecue, how does that even occur?
The dogs are animals. They can't really make too many decisions. The woman has a dog. That is the relationship. They are in power. They want to be empowered, So they get the dog and then they lord over it and they have sex with it and then they shove that in men's faces.
So the women never get into like intense relationships with the dogs.
Eventually they do because women are emotional beings. And then men make fun of them.
Well, okay, so how do you...
Just a little thought I had the other day. That's really it.
No, well, sure.
I'm trying to figure out the woman having sex with dogs thing because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's something we're all thinking about. We're all wondering why this occurs.
All the time, yeah.
So the woman can't actually like entice the dog beyond just they're an animal. They know they want something. They don't know whether it's barbecue or woman.
You can train a dog.
Has this ever occurred? Has this ever happened with you where a woman had sex with a dog and you were like, it made you jealous?
No. Not me. I have nothing to do with sex with dogs.
Never? You never thought like you never put this together with a woman having sex with a dog and dog's your best friend? It's just women having sex with their own dogs? They never have sex with your dog?
That's the big thing. Yeah, I keep my dogs away from women.
That seems wise.
It's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
I mean, it was just a little thought. That's about it. I haven't thought about it too much. I haven't written a book about it and none of that shit.
But it's only dogs because dogs are man's best friend. There's no other animal involved. It's just dogs.
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that a woman would go so far as to marry a dog simply to make a man jealous? Or is it just physical?
Yes, and then divorce him and take half of his bones. Yes. Absolutely. And then, you got to get one of your simp guys who is willing to get those sloppy doggy seconds. There you go. Once a woman finds a dog to have sex with that she can marry and divorce, take half his shit, and then marry a guy who is okay with knowing all of that, well then yes, that's the right man for her.
Do you think there's any kind of dog that a woman wouldn't have sex with? Or is it just they don't care at all? It's just any dog will do.
I think size might matter. I think they go for the more beefy, the pit bulls, things like that, like manly dogs, and like no woman's gonna give a shit about a little purse chihuahua.
But that's the kind of dog that they have. That's what they like. To have.
That's what they lord over. That's a toy. They're called, a toy chihuahua. They're like these miserable little breeds of dogs. They put them in a bag. But if they want to have sex with a dog, they don't put that dog in a bag. They let it into the bedroom.
This is blowing my mind. I mean, this is a whole level of woman that we have not talked about at all on this stream.
You just got to think about it sometimes. There's all sorts of different people out there. And some women, this is what's going on. Trust me.
They don't want the tiny dogs that they like to own are not the dogs that they want to fuck. They want the muscular. No. Okay.
Those dogs are in the friend zone. Got it? They want the muscular one that stays out in the yard. And then every once in a while, they let it in onto the couch, onto their lap, let it lap at their face,
I don't know, really. I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't know. This is all new for me.
Okay, well, you're just gonna have to think about it a little bit. You gotta live in California. You gotta be around some interesting people.
All right, so I'm grasping. I'm attempting to figure this out. Like, this is new for me, but I do want to understand. Women fuck muscular dogs to show men like their dominance. Is it a dominance thing?
I mean, if you're trying to apply logic to it, then it's not really going to work because it's a woman.
Okay. All right, Moxie. Hey, thanks for calling in, Moxie. I don't think I have. I don't think I have any further questions.
Yeah, just a quick call, a little short thing.
I appreciate your insight into this.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
All right, you too. Wow. I never thought about that, but it makes a lot of sense. Dogs, man's best friend. I mean, he didn't want to apply logic, but I'm seeing this very logically. Man's best friend, woman, dog, sex with the friend. That's something I've heard about.
Call from
Douglas.
Douglas.
Hello.
You.
Hey, what's going on, man? How's it going?
It's good. It's good. I don't know if you're listening to the stream, but we were just talking about a woman having sex with dogs. I mean, it was. I don't know if you were calling in with a similar thing, maybe.
Honestly, I just tuned in, so
okay,
I don't even know what the topic was about. I just saw your stream. I saw a funny little character on your thumbnail. I thought it was okay. I might click on this. And I just gave a call. So, what are we talking about? What's the topic here?
You're coming in fresh. We're talking about men and women, men and women. Anything you have to say about either of these sexes, whatever you want to say. Any experience you've had, or any just wayward opinions you have.
Okay. Let me take a second to think about this. I myself don't really have any interactions with women, honestly. I think the dating world is quite skewed over one way. And I think a lot of it is unfair, really. I don't see the benefit in dating or even marrying. I don't think I'll ever marry anyone.
No. You're not into that?
No, I don't think I'll ever marry anyone. I think it's just a zero-sum game, for men. I don't think we'll ever win, All right, think about it this way, all right?
Okay, sure.
You're a successful man, you could be like a YouTuber, kind of like yourself, okay? You make a lot of money.
Right? Yeah, hell yeah, I'm successful. I'm way successful. Go on.
Yeah. Okay, you go ahead and marry a nice woman, all right? And, go through and you have your kids and whatnot, and she's going to go ahead and take a lot of your time, your energy, your effort, you're going to bicker every once in a while, but then once you get to a point where you're sick of it and you cannot stand each other, All right, you just got to go your separate ways. You know what happens then? All your money's gone. All your money is gone. Energy is gone. The nice car, you're gonna have to repossess it. It's all gone. Your children, gone. I mean, what's the point? I mean, why would you ever want to do that to yourself? I mean, why can't you just be a strong man? You know, go to the gym, work out, get a pump. You know, get your money up. Not have to worry about these women. You know, just live your life, live your purpose. You know? Just do your thing.
What is? I mean, hey, Douglas, this is a bit of a cynical view you have towards all people and relationships. What is the purpose? Why are you going to the gym getting your pump on, if not to get into a relationship?
Hey man, I got one thing to say to the young people in the chat.
Yeah.
There's one thing you're gonna take out of this. Do not go to the gym to impress the ladies. All right. Go to the gym and impress yourself. Do it for you. You know. You want to look in the mirror. You want to. You're all sweated up, and nice. You want to say to yourself, "Damn, I look good." You know. You're not doing it for the ladies. You're doing it for yourself. You're doing it for your health, your brain. You know. Your medulla oblongata. You know. Back of your brain's got to be nice and healthy. You got to work out. You got to keep yourself in shape. You want to live until you're 80, right? You know.
Right. Okay.
The only redeeming factor from these relationships, the only redeeming factor, is to have children. Okay. So, you want a child, you're gonna have to deal with this entanglement with women.
Right.
But you know, in that being said, you want to find a motherly quality in a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like you said, I have a very cynical view of women. You know, but that's just to say to myself that, you know, you just gotta live your life. You know, and for my purpose, I want to go see the world. You know, I want to go, you know, do a thing or two over there and across the world. You know, hey, if a lady wants to stick with me by my side to do it, so be it. But, you know, I don't want to let anybody ruin my life. You know, I want to live to the maximum potential. You know what I'm saying?
But
and I'm completely serious, by the way. Completely serious. Not joking. This is completely serious. All right.
I believe you.
So what do you think?
And I appreciate you being honest with me. But so, you know, if you're going to the gym, I mean, obviously, being healthy is important. I think, like, you know, regardless of anything that has to do with relationships, if you want to be healthy, that's something that you should go for sure. But, you know, what is really the long-term effect if, you know, you just want to see yourself looking good, but you don't think you'll get sick of that? Like just looking at yourself in the mirror? You don't think you want to share that with someone? If you want to have children with someone, that's just something that's going to happen automatically, randomly, like based on how you look? Or is that something that you need to share with someone?
Okay. So, you know, in order for that to share that experience with somebody, you're probably going to have to, you know, deal with a woman at some point. But we'll backtrack a bit. All right. You go to the gym, right? You go to the gym looking good, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to attract all the women you pretty much want, right? You know, you have to realize in this game that women are the selectors. You know, they're the gatekeepers of sex and gatekeepers of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate reality of this world, you know. They have the power to initiate sex, but the men have the power to initiate relationships. Right?
Interesting.
So,
yeah.
With that being said, you know, if a woman could be on you, she'd be like, "Oh, okay, yeah. I want to have some sex with you, yeah." So you can go ahead and just say, like, no, like, we don't got to do that. You know, we can have sex, but, you know, I ain't taking you to dinner. I ain't taking you to no Taco Bell or nothing like that. I ain't doing all that. Okay? But, you know, let's backtrack a bit, all right? So, you want to have a kid, all right? You know, I think everyone wants to have a kid. You don't have to have the kid with somebody. You could adopt a kid, you know? A little Filipino child, you know? Some little Cuban child from the refugees, you know, doesn't have food, doesn't have a cereal to eat in the morning, nothing like that. You know, you could just adopt a child. I mean, you don't have to deal with women, you know?
Is that something you want, though, specifically? You don't want to have your own progeny? You just want to raise a child?
Hey, man, there's enough seed out there in the world, man. You know, I don't I don't got to repart my seed all up in these vile women. I don't got to do all that. You know, there are children in cages. Man.
Right.
There are children in cages. You see the Biden administration?
No, they're in glass cages now.
I don't want to get all political.
No, it's obviously totally different now. They're in glass cages. It's not.
Oh.
They were in chain link fenced cages before. Now they're in a totally different glass cage.
Those children get fed MREs from like 2006, man. So that's sad, man. The Biden administration is, hold on. I'm not gonna get too political now. Okay, let's not do that. All right.
Okay,
but
Douglas.
My point is.
Okay, go
yes,
on.
Yes.
No, well, okay. So Douglas, you know, I feel like you're being half and half serious with me. It's maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit of a jokey, maybe a little bit. You don't want to say? You don't want to admit that?
No. I'm being serious. No, I'm serious about my views on the dating world.
Okay,
I'm actually completely serious.
Sorry, so if you are totally serious, it's all about sex to you then. The relationship is just like this baggage that comes with the sex.
No, what I truly believe is that, you know, women have all these expectations, you know. They have all these expectations. When they come into the dating world, okay, they get to, you know, pick and choose and all that, you know. But you have to ask yourself this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see a beautiful lady on the street, right? I can guarantee you that if you go to that beautiful lady and you ask her, what do you bring to the table? What do you think she will tell you?
That's tough. That's a loaded question. I don't know. I can't speak. I can't speak for this woman. I won't.
Okay. So I can bet you my.
What do you bring to the table besides your hot gym bod? Is it your money? What else? What are you bringing?
I bring compassion, understanding, personal care, a lot of personal attention, a lot of empathy, a lot of just in general hospitality, a good time, an exciting time, stability, funds.
But you've got this feeling in the back of your mind. I mean, from what you've told me so far, we've only spoken for a very short amount of time. But you've got this. It seems like you've got this feeling in the back of your mind, that like at any moment, this could cease. This woman could run away and choose someone else. So like, is it yours? Are you really offering stability if you're actually the whole time thinking that it's not stable, that it's inherently something that's unstable?
It might just be the product of my experiences, but I mean, I've been with a woman or two, you know,
sure,
and they haven't been the best. You know, that might have an inherent effect on how I view the world. But in all honesty, you know, I think that, you know, most women are just going to tell you they bring you beauty and that they are the prize. They are the table. That's what they're going to say. They are the table. And I'm serious when I say that. I'm not joking around. The typical answer a woman will give you is, I am the table. Because they can't bring anything to the table most of the time. And that's why, you know, message goes out to all the chat here. You got to find yourself a woman who can actually tell you what she will bring to the table. You know.
What is that? Is that then something that you're after? Like you want to find a woman who is not like the woman you've experienced before.
Yeah. There are certain qualities that you look for in a woman. But let me just say this.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know how you go around, you go on Instagram or Twitter or Snapchat, all that. You know, you'll usually find a woman saying, I need to find someone who treats me like a queen. Right? You've heard that before, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So, have you ever heard a man saying, I need to find someone who treats me like a king? You ever heard anybody say that?
Not quite. Is that what you want?
Yeah. I mean, I want someone to treat me like a king. If I'm going to treat you like a queen, I expect you to treat me like a king.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Well, I think that's fair.
You know, but
if that's the woman that you're after, the sort of woman who wants to be treated like a queen, then yes, sure, of course. But
Okay.
maybe there are women that exist. Maybe I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna make any assumptions. Maybe you're looking at women who are, fucking hot on social media. Maybe that's not who you're after, actually.
Okay. You know, I'm not afraid to admit, but I'm a fairly off. I use Tinder quite often. And I do like a left and a right.
Yeah.
I go on there. And I don't know. It might just be the product of what I see. But the quality of women just ain't there nowadays. I don't know if I just haven't met the right person or something like that. But in all honesty, I have high expectations. And to me, I just think there's a lot of inherent risks in marriage. I think the divorce rate is about 51% nowadays.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? Forgive me for getting it wrong if I do, but if the combined annual income is above 400,000, the divorce rate goes to 20%. So what does that tell you? Is it about the money? I don't know. You can derive your own conclusion from that. But my point is being, there's a lot of risk in marriage. Is it worth the risk?
Yeah, well, Douglas, hey, I don't disagree. Marriage is, that's a very serious thing, and I think people probably don't take it as seriously as they ought to. Maybe it was better in the olden days when people just didn't get divorced at all. But, like you're on Tinder. Tinder is a terrible place to meet people. I mean, what do you think? I mean, I only used Tinder for a very short period of time in my life, and I found that it was absolutely awful. I mean, like, I feel like people have a lot of different motivations when they use Tinder. Some people are just trying to get pure hookup type experience, and some people are looking for relationships. What are you looking for when you are talking to women? Are you looking for a hookup, or are you looking for someone who's going to be the mother of your babies?
Yeah, I'm a young guy, so, it's kind of hard to look for somebody at that age, that serious motherly quality type. Also, I'm young. I don't know anything. I don't know what qualities are the good ones to have for a family. I'm in my early 20s. I don't know shit, to be honest with you. And who knows? I might become a simp for beautiful women in my late 20s or my early 30s. But that's just how I see the view, right? My perspective right now. But when it comes to going on Tinder, I'm just looking for some sex.
Right.
I think most guys can agree with that.
Right. Well,
But-
so then,
but,
if that's what you're looking for, I mean, like, can you really expect that a woman on Tinder is looking for something different? I mean, like, maybe she's looking for someone that they can, maybe they're looking for someone that's well off, maybe. But if you're just looking for sex, like, can you really blame any weird alternative motivations that a woman is looking for on the same app?
No, but I don't explicitly put in my biography looking for good sex. I put a little funny bio, make them laugh or whatever. But honestly, I just take them as they come. And if whatever may derive from that is what happens, I got to be honest with you. My last girlfriend, I met her on Tinder. We dated for a whole year.
Yeah.
Imagine that, yeah.
Well, how did that
Tinder.
go? What was the development like? Were you at first in a sort of hookup type relationship, and then it turned into something else, or were you both? Was there clicking from the start, where it's just obvious they're like, oh, actually, I really want to talk to this person more, and I'm not just totally interested in the sexual aspect.
Okay, so yeah, I'll backtrack a bit. I'll tell you a little bit about it. Met on Tinder. Sent the cowboy hat emoji. Right, that was a funny one.
That's a great
she
one.
liked
Yeah.
that one.
You can use that
Right?
for all kinds of things.
Yeah, I just went right to Starbucks. Told her, hey, you want to get some coffee? I said, okay, you can get some coffee. I got a refresher, a pink refresher, one of those pink drinks. Cost like $6.
Wow.
She got a coffee, and we talked for about 7 hours. 7
In
hours.
Starbucks?
7 hours. 7 hours at the Starbucks. 7 hours.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So you could say it wasn't just a, little pump and go. I mean, that wasn't what it was, It was a genuine, connection, But, as the relationship unfolded, there was a lot of negative characteristics that, even though I thought this woman could be one that I could envision myself with, there was a lot of, negative stuff going on. And I don't want to fall into that, that incel role or anything, where guys are just mad at women because they've done bad things to them. But I tried to derive my perspective from various different experiences and stories that I've heard. But again, anything can come out of Tinder. But nowadays I just go on Tinder to, just find a thing or two. And, a lot of guys, early 20s, they're looking for love,
Yeah.
And frankly, I don't think that's just something you should be doing in your early 20s. I think your early 20s, you should be building yourself, going to school. You don't have to go to school. That's not the way of success for everybody. You can do whatever you want. You can go to school, go to some trade school,
right,
find some cool job, do anything. Just you gotta establish your life first. You gotta do what you love, figure out what you want to do before you involve anyone else in it. And a lot of times, this is my personal experience, it might just be, my small pool of women that I've interacted with. A lot of women want to sway your life in their direction, whether for good or for worse. Some people will enjoy that. I'm a type of person who likes to define their own life, want to do my own thing. So, that kind of goes back to, I can never envision myself getting married because I always just want to do what I want to do. I want to pick up my bags and go to Tahiti. And I'm going to Tahiti, man,
Douglas, I'll ask you this last question here, and then I've got to wrap this up. We've been going for 20 minutes, which, hey, you get the gold medal for being the longest caller tonight.
Appreciate that.
But do you think, you said that you think men in their early 20s, they should be building themselves up. They should be thinking about their individual self. Do you think that any women, I guess I should say, are doing that same thing? Do you think women are trying to build themselves up, or do you think that women are looking for men?
I think, just from biological perspective, men, this is going to sound a little misogynistic.
Go for it.
But it's the truth. Women need men. That's facts.
You don't think men need women?
That's, they need women later on in their life, not as early as women. Okay? So, yes, women will build their life, and I encourage them to do that. But they got to do their own thing first, and we got to do our own thing. We got to go to France and eat a baguette. You got to go to Cuba, you smoke a fucking cigar or something. Do something. Go in the world, do something, figure out what you want to do before you try to involve another specimen in your life. It's just too much. It's just too much.
Well, what do you think? What do you think it is about being a man? Then I said I was going to ask you this last question, but I got one more. What do you think it is about being a man that is different, that like makes you want to smoke a cigar and go to Tahiti? Like, what is different? I mean, like, we're both, we're all just people. I feel like generally we're all searching for something. Do you think there's something about men inherently that like we're searching for something that's outside of a relationship, inside of ourselves? Or why do you think that is different?
I got one phrase for you.
Okay.
Just one. More life.
Hmm.
More life. More life.
Women don't want that? It's just men?
Just men. More life. Virality. Virality and testosterone. I'm not kidding. You might think I'm kidding when I'm saying this. Men are here. Look, I'm not a misogynist, man. I love my sister. I love my mother.
Yeah.
But, men, we have purpose. We're driven by purpose, ambition, dreams, goals, aspirations. We have two nuts. You got to grab them and go for it. Just go for it. I'm not kidding. This is what my father told me.
But you don't think, what is the purpose of those nuts after all? Isn't it to have babies, to generate your offspring?
Yeah. Yes, I agree. But, you can't apply the same cookie cutter to every person, Not everyone wants to get married in their 20s like a lot of Americans do.
Sure.
From my perspective, we got to live it up. You got to find your purpose, establish your foundation to build your building upon. You want to build a nice 50-story building for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
The Douglas building, the 50-story Douglas building with all the amenities, everything in it. You got funds, you got retirement funds, college funds, you got real estate, everything. And then go explore the world and build a family and do everything you got to do, or whatever you want to do. It doesn't have to be that. Like I said, it's not the cookie cutter. But if you watch Bam Margera all your life and you want to do jackass films, do that. Why not? But
look at Bam. Look at Bam today. He's not doing so hot. All right, Douglas. Douglas, this is really great. I could talk to you for a long, long time about this. You're an interesting fella, but I do have to. I gotta keep going.
Of course. Let me just say one more thing to the chat.
Go for it. All
my young men in there, just find your purpose. Focus on yourself, and do your thing. And wash your nuts. Wash your nuts. That's very important. And wear good cologne too. But that's all from me. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, and hope you have a good rest of your night.
You too, Douglas. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Take care.
I really could. I could do an hour with Douglas. Ooh, unknown.
Call from
Quinn.
Okay. Quinn.
Hello.
Yo, Quinn. Yo.
Hey, yeah, yo. It's
Fuck
good to be
yeah.
on. How you doing?
Hell yeah, Quinn. I don't know if you were just listening. We had Douglas on. Went on a 25-minute phone call. It was great. He was saying he was not misogynist, and I believed him, but he was also getting into some really intense stuff. What do you have to say, Quinn, about men and women?
About men and women. Men and women, that is a great topic. And I got to say, men and women, they are a huge variant. There's so many different kinds of men and women. So it's hard to pinpoint it as just one thing. But I got to say, hey, as a heterosexual guy, I love women. They're excellent.
Is that all you have to, Quinn? Okay.
No, that's not the only reason.
Okay, first of all, yes, men and women. I don't want to totally generalize. This is not the point of the stream. Is to generalize. We want to get into the specific experiences, and that's why we do the call-in. So I want to hear from you specifically, your specific experience with either.
Let me tell you some specific experiences then. The first thing I want to talk about is, because I've been listening to the podcast all day, it's been very lovely, is the topic of men and women being friends.
Yes.
Because, that's an interesting one. For me, I've had a lot of women who are friends, but there's always been a catch. And that's what I think is interesting. With all the women that I've dated, or at least hung out with, they've always had kind of a thing for me, or I've had a thing for them.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I mean? Like, for an example, two of my friends who are women, I have dated and slept with, and now they date my friends, etc. It's kind of, it's really strange. I've got a lot of weird chemistry going on. Because, I don't know, I think naturally men and women are attracted to each other. You know what I mean? So like,
I think that's fair.
yeah,
Sort of a
basic.
weird thing to say in the modern era, but yeah, I think that's pretty normal.
Yeah. So I guess with the topic of men and women, I think that men and women can be friends, but sometimes it gets really complicated because of I don't know, all the weird scenarios that can unfold.
Well, sure. So tell me a bit about this. Like, I mean, you were friends with women, and then it got complicated. You went with them in some way, and then they went with your friends. What exactly do you mean?
All right, I'll get a little bit more into it. So I've had two of my best friends, actually my closest buddies. They both are dating my exes, and it's kind of funny because they started in very different ways. But yeah, one of them started dating my friend to get like back at me, like 'cause she was jealous because I broke up with her.
Right.
So she tried to get with my friend at a party. And then one thing led to another, and they ended up being a couple. And the other one, she was kind of like, I don't know, we had a thing, but I didn't want it to keep going, so I kind of pushed her towards my buddy. And now it's just kind of funny because I got two friends. We go for beers or something, and they bring their girlfriends, and I'm sitting there with like the exes and the buddies, and it's always kind of a weird scenario. You know what I mean?
I have not personally experienced that with my exes. We tend to cut all contact with each other. We don't speak to each other even in the slightest.
But that is a way to go about it. I respect that.
I don't know. I don't know. It's I don't know what is the right way to go, really. But so you said, well, why do you think that your ex went with your friend as a jealousy thing? Is that something that you just think, or is that where does that come from?
Oh no, I know, because I was with her for quite a while, and then I was kind of an asshole because it was all back in high school when that kind of happened. So like, I just kind of threw her under the bus, and then we met up at a party, and she knows he's my best friend. So she went with him. It's kind of funny, actually, because I've had this happen 3 times before, at least in high school, on separate occasions with different women. But yeah, she gets with him for the night, and she's trying to like blatantly make it clear that she's doing it to piss me off because she keeps doing it in front of me, like kind of like pushing up against him or like, I don't know, fucking around. But long story short, yeah, I think she was doing it primarily for that. And then it was weird because they've been dating for multiple years now. So my friendship with her has been very complicated for that reason.
Do you think that has that? Do you think, just your own thoughts here, do you think that has more to do with your friend or your ex-girlfriend, like the fact that they're dating for a while?
I think it has to do with my friend. He's a great guy. He's my friend. I love him, and I think he's excellent. So I think at first it was an effort to try to get back at me, but then she realized, you know what? He's a pretty stand-up dude. So I think it was more in those terms.
So there's no like you don't see. I mean, this is just what you think. So we're not gonna say that you're right or wrong. But
hypothetically, yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that like she sees that? Is that a thing where like do you think that she's gotten involved with something that she wasn't ready for? Or do you think that like it's just it actually was a happy accident?
I think it was a happy accident because they turned out pretty damn happy. And it was kind of surprising. You know how some of those couples, they kind of like bring each other up in good ways?
Yeah.
Like, I see a lot of that with those two. Like, my buddy's matured a lot, and he's learned a lot from being with her. Because he was a pretty kind of sour guy before. He had a very interesting, specific view on women because he had a very mean mother growing up. So he kind of wanted to get back at girls back in the day by, I don't know, breaking their hearts. He was a bit of a heartthrob.
Yeah.
But after dating her, he's definitely changed a lot. So I think it was a happy accident, I'd say.
They're still dating then? How long has that been going on?
They've been dating for just over 2.5 years, I believe.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, no, they're happy as can be, actually. Funny enough, I'm an artist and I'm working on a commission for one of their upcoming birthdays of the two of them.
So you haven't felt like, I mean, maybe in the beginning, but you haven't felt like recently that it's still some sort of jealous thing. It's turned into its own thing.
Not with that one, but with another girl this happened with, kind of. I don't know. Like, women are complicated, right? They're very emotional. So
sure.
I think in another situation I had with my other friend who ended up dating my ex, he broke up with her recently, and then she came back to me saying that she loved me. So it left kind of another complicated chemistry, because for me, I just saw that person as a friend. So not with the first one, but the other one, yeah.
So where are you at currently then? Do you have, are you in a relationship?
Yeah, I currently am in a relationship, and I'm quite happy. That one has had its fair share of bumps too, but yeah, no, I'm not a single man.
She hasn't been trying to have sex with any of your friends?
No. This one's good. She kind of hates my friends, actually, so that's why I think it's a bit complicated. Yeah,
no, that's
bro.
a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, you think so?
I don't know. I mean, if the other option is having sex with your friends, I guess I'd prefer she hates them.
You know, funny enough, I brought her to a party with both my friends who had both their girlfriends who were both of my exes, and oh boy, she did not like that, man. She was bitter as can be. So yeah, I mean, it beats the alternative. You're not wrong.
How long have you been going out with this lady?
On and off for about 2 years, yeah.
Ooh, on and off. Complicated.
Yeah, complicated. Yeah, that's how it is. I broke up with her twice, so.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, man. I'm figuring things out. Women confuse me, but I'm trying my best, you know.
All right. Well, so then, in the end part of this discussion here, we'll get back to what we've been talking about with a lot of people. Do you have woman friends besides your ex-girlfriends who are having sex with your friends? Do you feel that you get along with women in a friendly way, or is it something else? Is it that you know, you're trying to get into relationships?
Oh no, I have plenty of women friends. I think people are just people, and men and women can totally be friends. I mean, obviously, if you're attracted to somebody and that's kind of going on, it can make things complicated. Hence, kind of the examples before. But no, men and women can totally be friends. I've made tons of really good friends this year, actually, who are women. So, yeah.
You don't think that it's something that, like, develops inherently? I mean, like, I'm literally going off the old When Harry Met Sally, like, routine of just, like, men and women can't be friends. But, like, do you think when you're friends with a woman, one of the parties is, like, sort of naturally developing this attraction? Is that something that happens, or is it you can be totally platonically involved with a woman?
I mean, attractions do come and go, but I think platonic things can happen. I've most certainly experienced platonic friendships between women, because you got to put into the factor that, you know, sexuality and sexual attraction isn't always, you know, towards men. You can have lesbian women friends or asexual women friends, or
I fucking love lesbian woman friends. By the way,
yeah, it's the shit, man.
But it's specifically I feel like it is specifically because there's just no chance. There's like the by taking that off the table entirely, you can just like be. There's no attraction that's going to occur, and even if you became attracted to a lesbian, you just know like, well, it's never going to happen. So they're just a lesbian.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, but you're right about the attraction thing. I have an actually really funny story for you, because I had a huge crush on my lesbian friend when I was in like grade 10, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it can happen, but I do agree with you. Attraction can get in the way of it, but for the most part, I'd say men and women. You know what? We can do something. We can make friendships as long as we don't think with our cocks and our giblies or whatnot.
Yeah, it's hard though. Okay, but when you're in grade 10, that's so early on. I mean, like anybody could change their mind at that point. I mean, that's early. That's early.
Yeah. Everybody's still young. They're figuring each other out.
Did you feel like with your lesbian friend, like, oh, maybe?
Oh, I did. I bought her tickets to her favorite concert band in a attempt to impress her. And I brought her, man, and no, I thought maybe, but I was just a stupid, 15-year-old at the time. So, no, I don't know. Usually people like who they like, and you can't change that. And I see these guys who, they got a woman in mind, and they have a big crush on her, and they think they can, maybe ease into that and get something working there when it's not. And I don't think you really can, but, all that can really do is bugger up a friendship.
How do you feel then? This will be the last thing I ask you. Then, how do you feel then? Your approach to a woman that you actually are attracted to, or maybe you think maybe you just think that you're developing an attraction. Maybe you're not right off the rip holy hell, I want to do this, but is that something that you think I want to first develop a friendship and work into it, or
no?
Okay.
You don't work that way. If you have a woman and you build a friendship and then you build that, they're not going to want that. They're going to think, this guy's my friend, I don't want to ruin a friendship. You come in flirty, you come in like that. There is a girl I dated when I was 17, and she wouldn't date me because she was 23 at the time, but I kept pushing with the flirtiness. Hung out about 4 times. The next thing you know, we were dating for about 6 months. So you got to push that flirt. You can't. You don't simp it, man. You don't go in and you go hey, want to be friends first, and then I don't know, after we're done talking about that guy you liked for about a year and a half, maybe we can I don't know, kiss or something. No, fuck that, man.
No, I think that's wise advice. I mean, we were sort of talking about that before, the simp sort of relationship, and I think they're different. They're totally different. It's you either are a friend, or you are trying to be flirtatious and get into something else. It is weird, I think, for women and men when you're trying to do one and then maneuver it into the other, because it confuses the whole issue.
It's kind of like an ambush, you know what I mean? It's they're expecting one thing and then you jump at them with something else. It's what the fuck?
Yeah. All right, dude, thank you for calling in. Appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. I enjoy the podcast. Have a good one, eh?
You too, man. Nice. Okay, I'm going to take one more, but I have
Call
to pee.
from
Parker, yo. Yo, dude.
How goes it?
Good. I'm doing so well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm going to hand you off because my roommate was the one who wanted this.
Hello, I'm Parker.
Dude, what?
I've been calling for a while.
Wait. Your roommate Parker called in, and now you're Parker, who's actually talking to me?
No. My roommate used my name. I'm the real Parker.
Okay, good. All right, Parker, you've been listening to the Men and Women stream?
Yes, all the way since Tim. I've been calling all the way in, because men and women.
Yeah, what do you have to say? Tell me.
All right. I heard you guys trashing Tinder. I love Tinder. Oh, it's fantastic, man.
Okay. Why?
3 girls last week. Three girls last week, dude. I broke her foot. Sorry, I almost cursed. I was getting excited. I'm sweating right now.
You can swear. It's all right.
Okay.
What did you do? What did you do with 3 girls last week?
Well, okay. So, Tinder is fantastic if you're a good-looking dude. And like in my early years, so I'm 22. In my early years, I was really skinny, and I completely honestly didn't have a lot of experience with girls. And then after I started working out these past 2 years, in the gym, they've started to notice me, and Tinder has been perfect for that.
Just boning? You're boning?
Yes, fantastic. Last week I got 3 women.
Wait,
That's kind of a brag.
Okay.
Sound like a douchebag right now.
No.
But on another note,
okay, go.
How do you get pissed out of the bed?
Wait. Does this have to do with women, or is this just you?
Yeah, women. Yeah, women. How do you get pissed out of the bed? You know?
Okay, wait. Parker. First of all, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about women pissing in your bed.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. It was just
So let's just reset. Let's just reset entirely. You're on women.
Okay.
You're on Tinder. Let's forget about the piss. I don't. That never happened. I'm not even imagining that.
All right.
You had sex with 3 women this week?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Parker. First of all, good for you. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you.
It's excellent. Good for you. I'm obviously upset. I'm obviously jealous. But I appreciate.
I would share. Come over.
No. Stop. Okay. So you're a young man. You're on Tinder. You're just looking for some meat, some fresh meat. What's your last relationship situation then?
Well, that's the thing. I've never actually been in a real relationship. I've just
never
been on Tinder. Never. No. That's
Did you
because.
ever think? Okay, go on.
Huh? That's because it's kind of weird. Honestly, I love playing video games, and I want to meet girls that also like the same shit that I do, like sit in their basement. I'm basically kind of a little hermit, and I only go out and like lift weights and come back. But the people that you find on Tinder just aren't that. They're also like just out there to like party and drink.
Sure. So do you have no interest at all in some sort of long-term thing? You're just trying to bone?
Well, I think of it as like practice. So when you meet the real girl, you're not like, having a hard time finding the clit, that'd be kind of embarrassing.
Parker, you're getting into the gross, disgusting things.
Like, dude, I'd be like, come on, we've all been there, the first time.
No, these are the unspoken things that we refuse. we refuse to talk about. All right, so you're in like the opening phase then. You're just doing whatever the hell you want. You're not interested in all. You're not thinking about the long term.
No, not right now. I mean, like, if I find someone interesting, of course, I'd like spend time with them and try to take it, farther, more quality time. But I haven't found anyone that's been like that yet. There's been some crazy ones. Like, one girl thought she was a witch, like an actual witch. And she like told me that my inner chi like made it better because I worked out. It was really weird. She talked about how like people around my community were demons and that she was exorcising them. It was nuts.
So do you just ignore all that?
Well, she told me afterwards, and then yeah.
So like at that point,
dude,
you're just like
crazy people. You meet some crazy people.
How much do you talk with people? How much do you talk with people like through the chat functionality before you meet them?
If you want tips on that,
yeah,
you meet in real life as soon as possible. Chatting is so boring because the thing is like there's so many guys to women on Tinder. I think it's like 10% of the users are women that they have just constant overflood. So if you're just not taking it to the next level, you need to like have a better game plan to get them off. You need to get them off the app as soon as possible.
So what is your game plan? You've got good picks, and you're just like, as soon as someone matches with you and you're into them, you're just like, let's fucking meet. Let's do it.
Yeah, I could read you some of my chat messages if you want, like
Sure.
a little one that goes, okay, hold on, I'll read you this one.
Whip it
This
out.
one's kind of, I'm loading it up. So I noticed she had like a bondage harness on.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, in one of her pictures. So I said, that's a sweet safety harness you have on. Think I could hold on the leash for a while? And she replied with, fuck yes, you can. Hold the leash for as long as you want, to be honest. And I said, me, you, dog park, tomorrow at 4.
You say dog park?
Yeah, dude, well, you know, it works. It works. You got to be, like, out there. Like, women on Tinder also just want to, you know, they just want to get it on as well.
Okay. All right. So then Parker, before you read more, because this is some horny shit right now. Before you go on, like, what is your method of interacting with people IRL in real life? Like, do you?
Oh yes. Okay.
Yes.
So I used to be very shy, extremely shy when I went into college, and I wanted to change myself. So what I did is I realized the most embarrassing thing and the most out of my element when my freshman year of college was talking to women. So one day I just decided to go up to 30 women and just ask for their number and get totally shut down. And after that, I can talk to them. Like just like a few days ago when I was going to my programming class, I was walking out of my car and I noticed this well-looking lass that had 2 great personalities, right? No bra, so you could pretty much see everything, right? You know, it's a sight to behold. I just went up, asked for her number, and I think she just saw me staring at her boobs because she did not give it to me. But it was worth a shot. It's always worth a shot. That's the thing. You have to go out and try, or else you don't know what will happen.
I think, honestly, I mean, first of all, I think you're a fucking degenerate. I think I don't want to like mince words here, but it's like there was this hilarious joke in King of the Hill. You ever watch King of the Hill?
A little bit. I don't watch too much TV.
It's a great show.
I have seen King of the Hill.
Boomhauer is this character. He's known as being great with women, and at one point, like, there's an episode where Bobby is meant to go out with Boomhauer and learn how to meet women, and he just goes to a mall, and his secret, like, everyone's curious about what's Boomhauer's secret. How does he meet so many women? It's just that he goes up to every single woman at the mall and says, "Hey, baby, what do you want to do? You want to meet with me? What's going on?" And he doesn't care at all. He gets rejected like a billion times, but there's one woman always who says like, "Oh, yes, what's up, Boomhauer?"
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I kind of do, and I've learned that the 5s out of 10s are way better in bed than the 8 out of 10 because they put in effort.
Interesting. Okay, well then Parker. Okay, but right now, you're. I mean, I'm not trying to. Don't take this as condescension. But
No. Lay it on me. Just lay it on thick.
No, I mean you're a young man. I don't want to use this phrase, but like it seems like you're in a phase where you're going for it ultimately with everybody. Like, do you think that you'll have to change your ways at some point to find someone?
Oh, of course. And also be very safe about it. Always like use condoms. I don't get STD checks like once a month. I'm dead serious, dude. You don't know who's those people. You gotta be safe.
God damn. Okay, so wait, you had sex with 3 people in this last week. I'm gonna be totally honest with you right now. I've had sex with 4 people in my life. I'm hoping that the 5th one is the end of the line.
Yeah, that's fine.
What do you
Everybody's
think?
different, man.
No, what do you think?
Your
What do you
sex
think?
could be better than my sex, man, because you have like that emotional connection, probably.
That's right. I'm very emotional in sex. I just start crying instantly.
That's awesome.
It's good learning about the different ways that we deal with this. Okay, so but you're totally different from some of the previous callers. Like some previous callers talk about like whether it's simping or not to get into
the dog fucker.
Yes,
I remember. I'm jumping around my room right now. If you could see this, I'm like running around on all fours. But the dog guy, yes, women do stuff with their dogs. I went to a girl's house one time. Okay, I went to a chick's house. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's a Tinder date. Bring the lube, condoms, everything ready to set. And she asked me to get, like, one of her toys out of her drawer, right? To spice it up a little bit.
Sure.
Open the top drawer, dog treats.
What? What was that word?
Dog treats were in her top toy drawer. Okay?
Okay. what
I
you
dipped
think?
out. I was not going to... I excused myself politely, and I dipped out. It was just too much, dude.
So there
I
is
just
a
don't
line.
wanna,
There is something that is too much for you.
Yeah, I just don't want to fuck the same hole the dog has.
All right, Parker. Thank you for calling in. I can't. There's no way we can end on a higher note than that. There's no way.
Okay. I hope to catch more streams.
Absolutely. I hope you call back in. I hope we get your opinion on a whole variety of topics.
I can't wait. The future is going to be great.
All right. Thanks for calling in, Parker.
All right. Love you.
All right. Love you. Good. Dude. Man. I wanna have sex with women. I don't know. Maybe someday. Okay, I'm going to take a break. It's probably going to be the last break of the stream. Yeah. I'm going to have to do one more. I'm out of beer now, so I'm going to take one more shot of tequila to finish this out. But, yeah, I'm going to take one last break here. This is going to be a slightly longer one, 8 minutes or so. And then we're coming back. One more hour or so of calls. Finish this up. The music is from Jabral. Check the description for links. You'll get links to everything that's played on the stream. Every single gold darn song. Okay. Yes. Yes. And we've been. Oh, wait, I have a call. Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yo. Moxie?
Oh, yes, this is Moxie again. I'm sorry to call in twice in one night.
That's
To
okay.
but I realized there was something that I wanted to tell you, which I forgot to get into.
Is this related to women
Not
and
about
dogs?
dogs. It's not
Oh,
about
okay.
the dogs.
Okay.
It's a little bit of trivia. It's about, some historical shit about men and women, okay?
Okay, sure.
And, you don't even have to reply. I know you had a little bit of trouble. You're living that tequila sunset lifestyle, and you couldn't keep up with the conversation. I get it.
Hey, wait a second.
So,
wait.
I'm saying all I gotta say is this time,
Okay.
you can say something or you could just listen,
All right,
whatever you want.
I'm listening.
Okay. So, thousands of years ago, in the old Aramaic language, male and female were both referred to as woman. Not as man, as many people think, but as woman. That was the one gender. The one word for the male and the female. All right?
Mm-hmm.
But as language progressed, they got more confusing. There was a need for a split of the genders in language.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened is, this is all from memory. I've never written a book about shit, but I've read some. This is from memory. It might be wrong. It is what it is. But anyways, so what happened is, after a lot of debate and for some reason a lot of sex with dogs, males compromised. They compromised, and they took the existing word woman and dropped out the first two letters, keeping 3/5 of the word men, right?
Mm-hmm.
They compromised, they sacrificed, they let the woman keep the original word. And I think I'm remembering this properly. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've read this shit, but it's really interesting, and I would recommend looking it up. Like, get on the Bing, look it up when you're off this, and read. Just look up. It's called the 3/5 compromise. Look that up. It's really, really interesting shit.
I don't have any questions. I feel like
oh shit. Gotta go. Sorry.
All right. God damn. That was Moxie Famous. I didn't feel like I was allowed to say anything during that. It's probably for the better. It's probably for the better. I would have just been asking probing questions about the 3/5 compromise. I feel like I have a different historical. Okay, wait.
Call from D. To
I
accept,
don't know
press
what that was.
1.
Hello? Who? What?
Hello. Hello.
What did you say your name was? D?
D.
D? D-E-E?
Yeah.
Okay. D. Is it, what's up?
Not much, man. Just been trying to get through. Feel like with a lack of female callers, nice different perspective.
Okay, D. You are a woman. I was not sure because you didn't say that much, but you're a woman, eh?
I am a woman.
Well, what's up, D? Have you been listening to the stream so far?
Yeah, I've been here all day.
Okay, nice. So, before you get into your own perspective about men and women. What do you think about the stream so far?
It's interesting. I feel like it's hard for people to explain their opinions like clearly. I'm not saying it's not clear, but it's for me at least. I have like my own personal experience between men and women, and my own opinion. So it's nice to hear, where other people are coming from with their so-called facts and stuff.
Yeah. Let's be clear. I mean, thus far, we've been scant on the facts. These are only opinions. I mean, I don't really think any facts have been expressed thus far. Just opinions. But what do you think about? What are your opinions about men and women?
Personally, I've always had male friends like that, but I've always had certain instances where I wasn't interested in them, they were interested in me, but I was always very clear of my thoughts and opinions and where I was at.
Sure.
Personally, against like back in the day, I used to have people over and just play games, video games, group games, and stuff like that. And it got to the point where whoever I was dating, they didn't trust the guys that I was, friends with, because they felt like they weren't really being friends with me. More or less, the fact that I was a woman of not ugly status.
They thought they were letting you win to gain favor with you.
Not necessarily like that, but just like, men and women can't be friends because, men only want one thing, and, that type of mentality, not coming from me, but whoever I was friends with, because they didn't accept the fact that, men and women, or a girl could be friends with a guy because, the other person might be wanting more, but I was always kind of like looked at as being naive, like not everyone actually wants to be your friend, that type of thing, which always ends up insulting me, and my me basing my feelings off of, people that I could potentially be friends with, and you're like, oh, well, you're an idiot, that person doesn't actually like you, and that's, hard to hear. But I did date somebody for, it was almost 3.5 years, and in the duration of us being together, he always told me that he had the desire to be with the most amount of women possible. But in the same breath, also saying that he hates women. When I first got with him, he had a restraining order on him from somebody he knew, went to school with, but eventually, he was very convinced that they were soulmates. So anybody else that he was with wasn't going to be the person that he wanted to be with. Thinking that women were kind of like conniving, can't really, trust them, because in his mind, he put himself out there and he didn't get that love back. So,
right.
Every other person or every other woman that he saw kind of had that, like judgment, I guess, against them. So for me, I was in the position of like, I could understand that because, trauma is trauma, whether it's women giving you trauma or men giving you trauma, so you kind of hold on to that and kind of, the next situation that comes around, you're like, oh, this is familiar. This is the same shit that I've been through before. Mm-hmm. But when it comes down to me, I grew up with, older brothers and sisters. So when you were talking about earlier about like, watching the football game and you have some bitch like, what's going on in the game? Like I never would feel comfortable personally being around somebody that, you can enjoy something, but doesn't mean you understand why they enjoy it. And I think that that's kind of like a big thing for relationships in general, whether it's between men or women, is just having that kind of understanding of the other person and not holding it against them and not getting like upset about that.
Yeah.
Where my brother, he was he's a very sensitive man, in a very, he's, 6'3" tall black man. And he kind of always has an attitude like the world owes him something in a way. So his the way he goes about and interacts with people, especially if it's men, he feels like he kind of might have to prove himself a little bit too much. He's social, but then got to the point where he didn't have any male friends, I feel like, because of it. When it comes down to women and me, one of the callers earlier, she's a waitress, and I've had things said to me, but like the beauty of anybody saying like catcalling or anything, it shouldn't really affect you. I mean, it is just words. I mean, I've been called worse things and been okay, but now like females and stuff, like there's only so many. I feel like I can get along with people and I can understand them, but with certain women, I feel like it's more gossipy, where guys are more, like you said earlier, talking about, bro stuff and are able to have a conversation and not have it be, I feel like whenever I'm in a group of women, it's like they end up trying to outspeak one another. Like the pitch of their voices, where if it's just a group of guys, they're just being bros. They're not trying to, outdo one another. And I feel like that's kind of like a default woman trait where they can't control. But on the other hand, I'm a big action movie star, and I love Arnold. And not a lot of his movies back in the 80s, but there are scenes where like women just get clocked out of nowhere. You think that you're a woman and you're safe and you have all these sharp words and stuff, but literally there's nothing that's going to prevent a man from like, or another person just, swinging on you because you're saying, some shit that you think is right, where men don't necessarily do that. Women use their words. But when it comes down to like when you see a girl, they're like, oh, I don't like that bitch. I don't, that girl, that girl's, a slut or whatever, or, you can't trust her or whatever. I feel like there's all sorts of people out there, and I've had some really good relationships. I had a relationship before, and he was bisexual, and I got to the point where I'm like, that's great for you, like if that's what you want and who you are, because it's part of, your person and stuff. But I also, on my end, it's like, I'm a woman. I'm not trying, me personally, I'm not trying to be like, spreading my feet or anything like that, or being, a woman, person that's like, oh, I need a guy that has a bunch of money and can take care of me and stuff like that. Guy was talking earlier about being called a king, versus like a queen. And it's just like, you just want somebody that is, is able to understand you, whether they're bisexual or a woman or not. Especially, for me in my personal relationships with my sisters, and one of them is very much so a lesbian, but also has this kind of hate against men, but also is kind of butch, so it's like, what's, everybody's different, and it's kind of weird that people have their own opinions but aren't able to look like at themselves properly, I guess.
All right, D, you're hitting so many different points here. I want to ask you so many different questions. I mean, Okay, so you've been watching the whole stream.
Yeah.
I guess. The first thing I want to get into here is you. I assume you've had friendly platonic relationships with men and women. It sounds like, but okay. So when you were listening to Madeline earlier, and she was talking about being a waitress and all this sorts of things, like she talked a little bit about women being sort of sly when they're in a friendship. When you're in a group of women, like not really knowing where you stand. Is that something that you have also experienced, or was that odd to you hearing that?
For me, I mean, I personally have always thought that I surrounded myself with, pretty similar types, or even if they are different, still enjoying them for that. So I've definitely been around some pretty catty women, especially, with waitressing. You go out with the people that you work with, and you may not like them,
Sure.
while you're working, but afterwards, especially because, I do drink. So that's another factor in interaction where I'm like, it's been so long since I've been, on that train, that to be like sober and have to deal with people like that, I don't know if I could do that, whether it's a man or a woman or anybody like that.
And then sort of
That
going off of that, like you said that you've been in friendly interactions with men, and whether they've been or they've developed an interest in you. Do you think that men also can be sly in that sort of way, where like they're trying to act one way and they feel another way? Have you personally ever felt like you were into a dude where you had a friendly relationship, but maybe you were trying to be sly and slip it in later on that you were into them?
It's weird for me because it's not. I feel like I am. The whole thing with, you could have friends and have an attraction to them, but not be like sexually attracted. So very few times does it happen that I, find somebody that I'm on that level with. But I did date a guy that was coming out of a relationship that didn't tell me that he was fully out of the relationship. And with us, we worked at the same restaurant, and his girlfriend came in and like was trying to talk to me, and she's like, "Oh, you're so beautiful." Like I couldn't stand that shit. I felt like I was being set up, despite the fact that I highly enjoyed him and he highly enjoyed me, but it didn't really matter because I wasn't the choice at the end of the relationship.
Do you feel like there's any distinction at all? And I'm not trying to lead you here. This is really, this is whatever you want to say, like your opinion. Do you feel like there is any distinction at all between the way that men and women interact those situations? Like, do men, in your experience, try to be more forward, or do women try to be more forward?
I think men do. I think they kind of have to in that way, because they don't want to, it's that whole the being a simp, it's either that you're about it, or you're not. And that's kind of now, especially with the dating apps and stuff, you kind of have to put it all out there. And that's always been like my thing, even before, dating apps and like just with people in general. But I think it's equal. But for me, I haven't experienced that, but I think it's harder for men to get it in that way, where women are kind of supposed to be like chaste, and especially if you watch any stupid romance movies, it's not how it is. It's putting that out there for everyone to think that's like, the friggin' Twilight series, and that's real love. People just look at each other and the wind blows and they smell their pheromones and shit, and that's how it happens. Well, I don't think that's the case.
So how do you
But-
feel? What do you prefer then? Like when it comes to dudes, do you want them to be just like very forward off the front so you can sort of make that decision, yes or no, or do you how have your relationships developed, I guess? Like have they been from
just
people
from
that
pure attraction, just immediate attraction. It's never
Immediate.
been, for me, it's never been a gradual, like, we're going to be friends first. It's like either I like you and you like me and we both know it, and that's what it is. But, there's always end up, being little hang-ups naturally. But, yeah, that's how I would go about it. I think that, for women, it's like, just because you have a vagina, they say that, a woman can go to a bar and she'll get all these numbers before a guy would, but it's like how, why, like it's so much harder for a guy than it is for a girl, I feel like, but it's also like, what are people's standards,
But you
it
haven't-
seems like, go ahead.
Well, you haven't experienced that specifically. You were kind of saying before that like you've had male friendships that like the man has developed these feelings, or at least like maybe they had it from the start. We can't know, but like they've it seemed like to you that they developed an attraction. You've not had that experience where like you're friends with a dude and then later on you sort of think like ooh.
I like maybe like one time I thought about it, but because of like our friendship and because I was like the only girl in the group, and it like it was none of the guys at any point in that group ever advanced sexually or said anything like that. But I probably had like some ideas in my mind, but because I had to like work at it, it wasn't just there. I never followed through with it. Like we can be friends, like that's fine, because I don't, it's one of those, you can get it started, but you don't want to ruin an actual good friendship just because, you want to get stuff wet.
Okay.
Or whatever.
So it was more valuable to you to maintain the friendship than to go into some other territory.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
last question I'll ask you then, like we'll get into this final territory here. Where are you at now? Like, do you feel like you have more friendships with women or dudes, or like where are you at exactly?
Oh, I have no friends. Not right now. At all.
I spent a lot of people
It's
on the stream.
one of the things that like once COVID hit, I started talking to somebody and we got together pretty quickly, moved in with him. And because I moved from my home state back to I'm from Massachusetts too, by the way. And it's I feel like it's just a different environment from where I was at. I wasn't in the best place. So for me to be here and then kind of get my life as stable as possible, I couldn't really get involved with a friend female, because if they have their drama, I'm not going to be a good friend and be able to be supportive, because I need to kind of deal with my own shit.
Do you feel like that is something that is kind of inherent with woman relationships with you? Like you've got to deal with their drama? Is that something that's different from male relationships?
It's more my own drama. It gets to the point where, you want to be able to have support and lean on your friends and stuff like that. Like my ex-boyfriend, he committed suicide, and I was 7 months pregnant, and a month later I lost my 2 twin girls. Excuse me. So it was one of those things that, like, you go through a loss like that, you feel like you need support and stuff, and it's like you can't really, like, nobody wants to sit there and talk about dead children and dead ex-boyfriends and stuff. That's not usually an easy topic to get around. And if that's what your life is at that point, you know, it's kind of hard to branch out. Now I'm just turned 31 in January, so it's like, you know, I'm not in college, I'm not working currently, so it's not like I'm around other people. So I'm a cat person personally. I'm not a dog person. I don't know if that reflects badly, you know, with the guy calling earlier talking about dogs and stuff. But
so do you feel like that's your situation is specific with making new friends, or like do you have old friends that they want to, I don't know, they want to get into the weeds with that, like you know.
I definitely have some good friends that I don't talk to just because I can't like bring myself to it. You know, it's not anything like that, but I feel like this is probably going to last a long time. You know, I have no problem like talking and connecting with people. It's that whole being able to maintain that stuff. You know, nobody wants to sit there and usually drink like, you know, 7 beers and watch like Avatar: The Last Airbender binge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very particular. I mean, there are people out there that do that, but it's not like at my fingertips as far as I know. But I just wanted to tell you that all your stuff, I watched all your stuff. I've watched all your streams. I haven't been able to call in before, but I just wanted to weigh in on the men and women. I don't know. I hope that you have you know, somebody that you're able to watch a football game with and have them understand and not be, you know, speaking on things that they don't know. That's not anybody. That's not a person that, whether it's a male or a female, that you want around, because you can't really relate to them. They might have like, you know, good ass and some tits and stuff, but it's what's on the behind the cranium, I feel like. But I misogynist, like I like to cook now. I didn't like to cook before because I care about somebody. Before I was like, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, being a mother wasn't ever my plan, and after, you know, it will never be my plan because I, you know, got a surgery for it, which made me feel better physically because I was having problems with that. But being able to have people around you, whether it's a man or a woman, just because, you know, you don't have a uterus doesn't mean I'm not going to be able to talk to you and relate to you, you know, or same thing, vice versa.
Dee, thank you so much for calling in. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem, man.
I really appreciate it.
I hope you have a good rest of your night, and hope everyone in chat has a good rest of their night as well.
All right, have a good one, Dee.
You too. Take care.
Yeah. It's just, hey, I don't have a problem with okay. Thank God.
Call from Colton. To accept,
It's
press
a
1.
man's
To
name,
send
but
a
it
voice.
sounds like a woman. Hello.
Hi.
Colton?
Yeah, Colton. Just what I go by online to avoid getting harassed as a woman usually.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say, sounds like a man's name, but a woman's voice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just calling in again. Finally, we're getting a good streak of women here, huh?
Yeah, dude, we're doing it. This is what we've wanted the whole time. We've got all these terrible men's opinions. I mean, I've had enough.
Yeah, anyway, so I identify as a lesbian female, so I thought I'd give my 2 cents as the, you know, a cliche lesbian friend to many men.
Yeah. Go for it. What's give us your opinion on men and women, or women. It's up to you.
Yeah, so something I've experienced a lot is most of my good friends are dudes, and pretty much all of them at one point of time have confessed they have a crush on me at some point.
Nice.
And it's always been horribly awkward.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I'm one of the butchest, like, butch people, right? Like, it's not subtle, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no, it's just really awkward, but I usually give them space, and then after a couple weeks we can go back to being friends. So I feel like it's one of those things where it's always going to be there, even if the dude like knows he has no chance, right?
Right. It's not, you don't feel like your dude friends are simps. Even if they do have like they've confessed some sort of feeling for you, like they know that it's hopeless.
I feel like it's one of those things where they want a girl to like their interests, and when it's a girl who I tend to like more dude interests, I don't know if that's like a thing, but they get an emotional connection on a friendship level, and then they go, oh, and she's attractive, so then I must like, I think that's what happens. But
Are you outing yourself as attractive?
I just think, I just think that, hey, man, that's what I've been told, all right?
Okay, good. I had the benefit of like my biggest lesbian friend, and I loved being friends with this lesbian. She was not attractive. I didn't find her attractive at all. So it was like the perfect sort of experience for me, where it's like we could get along about dude stuff, and I didn't want anything to do with that, and it was perfect. An attractive lesbian sounds like a nightmare.
Well, it's one of those things where all these dudes have ended up being bi.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if there's something with that. It's not that I like look in the mirror and I'm like, oh, I'm super hot. It's that I'm like, well, I have to assume because all these dudes keep telling me that they find me attractive, right? Even though I don't want their advances.
Right. So are you mostly friends with dudes? Do you have woman friends?
I have female friends, yeah.
Straight woman friends?
Yeah, but I'm in art college, so
So it's all up for grabs?
I don't know, man. It's been weird with COVID, but in general, most of the women here are pretty chill. I had some bad experiences back in high school, but in general, it's pretty good.
Like what? Tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me,
Okay.
tell me about the bad high school experiences.
Yeah. So I was an artist and also a jock, and that's a terrible combination when you're gay is being in a sports team. I think most people can assume that's the case. But so like, not finding out there's a team sleepover every year till your senior year, right? Like bullshit like that, like dumb stuff.
Well, so what do you think then? Like, I mean, if you've had experiences with straight dudes and straight women, it sounds like you've maybe even had experiences with the straight women who are coming on to you. Am I picking that up right?
No, it's more like straight women who think of you as predatory is what I'm getting at.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, that's a big stereotype. It's like, oh, it's so trash because it's like, if I'm walking on the streets, I'm worried about dudes. And if I'm in like the girls' locker room, all these girls are worried about me. So either way,
Just because they know how.
Well, again, I'm not very subtle, and they just assume, and it's like, okay, you're not as hot as you think you are, okay?
Interesting. I mean, this is very, very foreign to me. I'm not a woman or a lesbian woman, but women feeling that you are like trying to get with them when you're not.
Yeah, I have lesbian friends. I have like a queer community I talk to, right? And most of them have experienced in their life this idea of straight women thinking that every lesbian in the world wants to get with her.
Right.
And it's been it's like I don't really understand it. I guess it's just one of those, it's just a manifestation of like some straight dudes like really want to avoid gay dudes, and I guess it's the same thing with women sometimes.
Well, we were talking a little bit with Tim earlier. How long have you been? Did you hear Tim's conversation on the stream?
Yeah, I've been listening for a while.
Okay, yeah. So Tim, I was asking him about like he was bi, and I was asking about like how he knows like if people are gay, or whether they should make that like really apparent right off the rip. So what is that with the woman's experience? Like, is that something where how do you determine if someone's gay? Is that something you wonder about?
I mean, it definitely can be. There's definitely like femme presenting bi girls that can be really tricky. But when you're in art school, it's, you kind of assume
that just everyone's bi?
That someone's not going to get offended by it,
Nice.
Because the majority of people here, aren't exactly super straight.
Sure.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, I have short hair, and that just means everybody assumes it anyway. So I just roll with it. I haven't had much trouble that way, except for old women in mistaking me for a man.
So what about I hope I don't offend you with this question, but just the age-old assumption that just college women are questioning point blank. They don't. I'm not saying that this is how it is. This is just the old thing that a college-aged woman, especially at an art school, doesn't know. May go either way.
I mean, the only experience I can speak to is my own, of course.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I think it's fair that like when you're, early 20s, you're probably going to be doing your most like finding out who you are, right?
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense that would be the case. And I guess what I meant by art school is just that people are very much expressing themselves, right?
Yeah.
Just trying, so you can usually pick up on that sort of thing just because people are more out there.
No, I mean, I went to a pretty gay school, I have to admit. Only for a few years, but everybody was was trying to figure that shit out. It was definitely different for the dudes than it was for the women. I remember there was an old Whitest Kids You Know sketch. I don't know if you're familiar with that group, but
oh yeah.
So they had a sketch that at one point that was like a man just coming back from college, and he was telling his family that he was gay, and they were like so upset. They was like, "What? What are you talking about?" And like then at the same time, their daughter said that like they were gay, and they're like, "Oh, okay, that's fine. You're just discovering what you like." Do you feel like there is that sort of difference? Like, are you friends with a lot of gay questioning dudes versus gay questioning women?
Yeah, I think at least being at the school I'm at, when I think of like that sort of thing, I think mainly it's, a societal thing.
Yeah.
Not to be all joker, but
yes, we do.
This idea of like, I have to think back to high school just because, that was relatively recent for me, but, there were basically no out gay dudes because they would just get harassed, right? By these super insecure teenage boys, who need someone to take it out on.
Right.
Whereas the lesbians, again, we're talking about horny teenage boys. They don't give a fuck. They just want to make them kiss in front of them, right? Like,
right. It's not like a life-changing thing for a boy to think that a woman is potentially gay. It's just like a potentially really cool thing.
Yeah, 100%, right? And there's definitely, I got a lot more animosity from women as far as being an out lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think it's one of those things where men do hold a lot of power, so then what they think is okay and not okay tends to follow a general rule.
Okay.
I mean, I can speak a little bit on that just as far as I work in the service industry too, like a lot of women on here have been talking about, and I've had some pretty weird experiences.
Yeah, I mean, what has been your experience with other women?
With other women? I mean, that hasn't been too bad just because in a work environment you don't get too personal, but I was speaking mainly on dudes being really gross to women in the service industry because they can, you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah, how do you mean?
Well,
Dudes
I
who are
worked at this
also
tiny-
working? Okay, yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, both ways you can get working with, but it's mainly customers because they, you know, you can't really talk back that much to them or the boss will get mad, right?
Right.
So, you know, working in a tiny pizza place, old man comes in, he's waiting for his pizza, starts being creepy, you know, and I'm 16 at the time, so I'm just freaked out. I'm the only one in the store, right? Weird old dude comes in. Eventually, I managed to get him to leave. And then he goes to the store next to us, and he still keeps being creepy. So the lady in the store next to us calls the cops. He comes running out, runs in our store. My boss comes out from the back and says, "I know this guy, he's cool," and tells him to go upstairs. Well, I leave, and then when I come back, there's a bunch of cops around. Apparently, he had a warrant out.
Ooh.
So there's this, like, you know, you never know with people. It can be just like this harmless old man who doesn't, you know anything, or it can be something really dangerous, right?
Is that something you were experiencing a lot? This is something we've not really gotten into on the stream, but like you as a young person, like, I mean, men are creepy. Men are creepy towards women. I mean, we have to admit, but but towards young women, is that something you were getting a lot?
Just, you know, as not that much, but once I started working, it became more of a deal just because, you know, maybe you're seen as older or seen as, you know, they can't really talk back as much. But
right.
Yeah.
It's like your job.
I don't know. It's generally, it just kind of sucks, this idea that, you know, I'll never be strong enough or I'll never be able to counteract that. So I just have to, like, rely on luck, you know? It sucks.
Do you feel like that's, I mean, you're older now, but do you feel like that's still sort of the scenario? Like you're not able to really counteract that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I wanted to start taking self-defense stuff, and, you know, I carry a knife with me. I just, you know, it's not, you know, like, but I run, I exercise, I do shit where I'm alone, you know, and it's, you know, regardless of whether or not I have a weapon on me, a lot of the time the stronger dude's just going to be able to take that and use it against me. Like, I just have to be realistic about it, you know? And it's just about prevention. It's just about, okay, you know, I know exactly where these streets are. I know which lights there are, you know? I know I have, like, 2 friends that I've called and told I'm going for this run. There's just so many steps of feeling even remotely safe enough to do things in a city that I feel like sometimes men don't understand, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, yeah, like, this is something we've not really covered. Like, we were sort of talking about it very, very minorly at the beginning, but, like, there is this kind of terrible thing, like, part of the separation of men and women is, like, and the biological difference is, like, men have the physical upper hand, which is something that's, you know, we don't have to think about as men because we have it. We don't have to be worried about it at all. But like there are obviously terrible people out there that want to take advantage of that, and that's
yeah. And I mean, like, I don't want to say, you know, oh, all men are terrible, all men are trash, you know, because I understand. I want to approach that in a way of, like, you know, maybe we have a culture that allows this to take place and we aren't, you know, I know it's not a good thing, but at the same time, you know, we have this culture that still kind of encourages, you know, being bros and being dudes and catcalling women and all that sort of thing. I think it's getting better for sure. But, you know, you can't, like, it's not about the individual, right? There's tons of awesome dudes out there. But it's about, you know, that women are scared a lot of the time, right? And that's not cool.
And it is a weird thing. It's a weird thing for either sex to reconcile with. I remember just like when I lived in a city, like just walking down the street at night, like I didn't have to worry about, like being attacked, but I kind of had this terrible feeling that like when I walked behind a woman, like they would start walking faster, like I was some sort of threat. I was like, it's neither of our fault, but it's weird. It's weird as a man to feel like you are like the aggressor, even when you're not. But it's not. It's obviously not the woman's fault.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like that ties into why, women have this, straight women that I've encountered do have this like fear and like kind of they put this predatory aim on lesbian women because it's the idea that, oh, if someone's attracted to women, then they're going to be preying on them because that's what they've been told, that's what they've experienced.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly there's the idea that this has invaded their space, right?
Sure.
So at least that's what I would say. But, it's also, it's like, I think tits are great, right? I can appreciate a woman, but I'm not going to, I just see all these creepy dudes. Like, I've never met, like, a creepy, really creepy lesbian, But I've met lots of pretty creepy dudes.
But what about the 40-year-old lesbians that are like hanging around the bar that like are all gross and they're just like, who wants a little piece of this?
Yeah, maybe you can chalk that up to life experience. I'm certainly not old enough to have had a lot of bar experience, so yeah, maybe that's the case.
I'm creating a boogeyman here, a lesbian boogeyman. I have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate your call.
Yeah, for sure. Have a nice night.
You too. Nice. Was that 2 women in a row? Can we get a third final woman? The hat trick? Dude, come on. We have to do it. Come on.
Call from
Jay and Maddie.
That's a woman.
To accept, press 1.
We did
To send
it. It's a
voicemail,
fucking
press
hat
2.
trick. Hello?
Oh, what?
Yo!
Oh my God.
What up?
It's your mom and dad. We did the thing.
What?
Are you able to receive text messages?
Yes, but I haven't read them. I haven't read them in ages. Are you texting me?
Okay, well, check from us after. Yeah, we were sending. Sorry, yeah, we were.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyways, we're a Canadian couple. 26 years old. My name is Maddie, and Jay is 28.
Dude,
Yes.
dude, I was just freaking talking on the stream like we're getting 3 women in a row. This is amazing. Who is it?
We've
Wait,
been listening.
who is this? James? No, I don't want to talk to you. You're not part of this. We're talking to women right now.
Well, I'm here if you need me. Huge fan. I'm listening all the time.
Okay. Well, wait. We will defer to you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get so aggressive.
No.
on you.
You said it. That's fine.
But no. We're gonna get to you, bro. Wait, who is the woman?
All right.
Maddie?
Yes.
Dude, we had another woman called Madeline on the stream.
I missed that one, unfortunately.
Oh my God. This is freaking magical. This is
Also,
the end of
how
the
are
stream.
you?
You're the last call. So you have to be so good right now. Everything you say.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Everything you say is going to be just perfect. And if you aren't, we're going to get to James.
Okay. Sounds good.
Hell yeah. Oh my God. I'm so excited. Okay. Wait, I got to cool down. I'm too excited.
Okay.
All right. Maddie, what's up? You've been listening to the stream for a bit, not the whole stream, because you've got things going on. You're a busy person, whatever. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not offended. What do you have to say about men and women?
Oh my God. Where do you start, really? Just like hearing some of the previous calls already.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Where do you start? Women are tables and men are go-getters. That's what I've learned so far.
Did you say women are the table? Because that was some Douglas talk.
Yeah, I don't know if you were watching the chat, but yeah, it quickly devolved into women are tables.
Yeah. Well, but it was, well, okay. I'm not going to defend Douglas. That's not my place.
No, please do.
No. He was talking about women and tables. I wasn't totally following it, but okay, whatever. What do you have to say about men and women? If you don't have something to say right now, I'm going to James.
Okay. I would have to say that, yes, they definitely contrast each other, I think, in a lot of good ways.
Mm-hmm.
But in your early years, like Douglas, I think it's really, really difficult to understand what you even want, which is where I think a lot of that angst comes from.
How do you
A
mean?
lot of
How do
that
you mean?
thinking is just like going on Tinder and looking for surface value, right? Like when Jay and I first met 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago now, which is insane.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's been a long time. We were both personal trainers, so obviously both in our early 20s and in an industry that's very focused on the way you look.
Sure.
So as far as we were concerned, I just thought, like, I don't know, we both thought that we were just super attractive and we were both immediately attracted to each other. But there were definitely some huge personality clashes there. And it took actually probably like 2 or 3 years to really like come to terms with that, I think, between the two of us. It was a little turbulent as well, as
Really?
relationships are. Oh, absolutely.
That's a long time. That's a whole relationship's worth of time.
We've been good for a couple months now, so I guess you could say we're doing well. No, I'm just kidding.
James, don't
But
worry.
yeah,
Don't,
no.
Okay, but I just want to say, James, I'm gonna get to you. I'm sorry, I was being disruptive earlier. We're gonna get to James. Don't.
All right. Okay. All right.
Shh. Wait. Hold on. I will get to you, but not yet. Okay. So, Maddie, right now, okay, you've been dating Jay, as you call him, for many years. You've got freaking nicknames because you're so gosh darn close. Amazing. Yeah, I'm very happy for you. All right, but what's your scenario now with your friends? Like, now that you guys have been dating for a very long time, do you have your woman friends?
Absolutely. Recently, in the last like half year, I've picked up a job that's very demanding.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, am I too quiet? I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I've picked up a job that's very demanding, and it's kind of a struggle right now with where we live in Canada to even really have a social life. So yes, I do keep in contact with friends and stuff like that, but I've never really been super social in the first place, which was kind of nice, I think, for Jay as well, because we don't really like to go out much. He's very much into art and creating things, and I'm just very much into work, and video games, I guess.
Nice.
Pretty
nice.
eventful lives.
So
So
you've
it works. Yeah.
You've been keeping up with your friends a little bit. It's been difficult. Do you have any male friends? Is that a point of contention at all? Do you have male friends?
You know, I think that as you get into your, I guess I don't want to say later years, but just it seems like past 25 for us, he started to kind of relax a little bit more and started to understand that yes, it is okay to have friends that are males. But of course, I mean, I think he's more comfortable with it knowing that I am very self-aware and I'm also very open and I'm very honest with him about things too. So I'm not friends with any exes or anything like that. It's always been very much just platonic or networking, like through university kind of thing.
Networking, aka using your friends to climb the ladder.
Corporate ladder.
The corporate ladder.
Okay, I'm being
brutal.
yeah,
yes
no,
and no,
I'm-
I guess actually.
I'm being unfair.
Very utilitarian.
Okay,
Brutal.
wait.
But what's your
Okay,
take on
Maddie, I'm done with you right now. I want to talk about James right now. James?
Okay.
All right. So my take on it, and this is where we differ. This is where we differ. Okay. So I've always maintained that men and women can't be friends. I know it's kind of harsh to say, but I do feel that way because as a man, I mean, especially a man with higher testosterone, there's always that you can just like pick up the underlying like tones. You know what I mean? It's just like we can't be friends. you know what I mean? I know that not everybody's like that, but I'm speaking on behalf. Exactly. I can't generalize, but shut up.
Maddie, I'm talking to James right now. Please.
Yeah, this is so rude.
Please let me do this. I'll get back to you, Maddie. I'm not done. Just I want to get the James perspective. Jay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you know, I've always personally felt that, you know, you can't really just be friends, right? Like, I mean, to be friends with somebody, you're obviously, you know, digging each other, vibing, right? Like whether it's, you know, I'm friends with my guy friends or, you know, all my girlfriends. Yeah. Right.
Right.
You know, but with females, I mean, there's always that, you know, unspoken, you have a vagina and I have a penis, right? 1 + 1, right? Kind of thing.
Perhaps we could figure something out with this arrangement.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you? I don't know. But that's, I don't know, that I've always felt that way. Like I can't just have like a friendship, or else it just seems like, this is so brutal, but like a waste of time. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, obviously, I know what you mean, Jay. Okay, but so wait. Before we get back to Maddie, and you're coming back, I'm gonna get back to you. This is not okay. So you've done away with your female friends now because you do kind of have this feeling, but.
That's the thing is, like, I've never really had, you know, great female friends. They're more, you know, like acquaintances or, you know, friends of friends kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I've never really had like just a straight platonic relationship with a woman.
And it,
you know,
is
just
like even if it's not like a right off the rip attraction, is it like a fear that you would become attracted or that they would become attracted? Like that something would develop just because you have these interlocking parts?
That's a really interesting point. Like, because personally, I feel like, I don't know. It's not, to me, it's not a fear. It's just like, again, it's more of a, I don't know, like a vibing thing. I don't know. That's a really good question. I might have to ask myself that, you know, do some reflecting.
All right, James. You think about that. Bring me back to Maddie. We're bouncing back and forth. All right, we're back on Maddie.
Hello.
Okay, so what? All right. First of all, what do you think about all that? What do you think about what James was talking about? Is that crazy or what?
I think he is a pig, and I think we all kind of need that. So, no, I'm just
okay,
kidding.
but so you like. You can be so honest with us right now. We don't know who the hell you are. I mean, obviously you've got James right there who's judging your every word, who's just ready to pounce, obviously, on anything you say.
Staring teeth at me.
But, you know, you said that like when it comes to your relationships with men, you might just think of them as like as what was the word you used? Professional? What was the word?
It's always a working relationship for me and for networking. Obviously, you have commonalities that you share with people, but I also have something called borderline personality disorder.
Oh, nice.
So for me to have a healthy interpersonal relationship with anybody can be a very difficult thing, male or female.
Well, so do you feel... Okay, go on.
Oh, no, sorry. You go.
Well, I was just going to say, so like in your relationships that you've had with men, let's say, platonic relationships, do you feel like it's a clear barrier that you have decided where it's like it is networking, it is platonic, it is not something else? I'm not thinking about our interlocking parts at all. It just has to do with this alternative thing.
Yes, absolutely. It's really great that you asked that, actually, and I appreciate that because I really don't think about people like that. It's kind of weird. Jay has asked me before very seriously if I'm, what is it? What is the term for not liking sex?
Asexual.
Asexual, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's a term.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, we're going to use that for this.
He didn't make
But
that
he's
up.
asked me very seriously. He asked me very seriously before if that's kind of how I am, because I look at a person for just who they are, not necessarily, like male or female necessarily. Just if I find somebody to be interesting, then
You can appreciate the way he was.
no, I don't look at people.
James, we're not talking to you. I'm talking to Maddie.
But no, seriously though, I don't have issues with those lines. At least I haven't found in my past I have ever. It's always been like you said, yeah, like I kind of make a conscious decision there whether or not I like somebody. And with Jay, it was a fascination beyond anything else. Or it was like, you're really fucked up, and I want to know why. I'm not kidding. He was like, you're really spiraling when I met him, and he was very attractive. And as a female, I guess I'm naturally attracted to that. So now,
yeah, I guess that's sort of what I'm curious about, is like if you're able to make that decision and kind of stick to it, like without question, like what was it about James that just like made you, were you unable to make that distinction, or did you just not want to, or what was it about that was so different?
it was definitely greatly to do with where I was in my life at the time. I had lost a child at 21 weeks, probably a year or two before that.
Okay.
So it was kind of like a difficult point, especially when that happens so young. Or just really when it happens at all. But I mean, I was in third year university, and then I decided to take a break, of course. And then that's when I started personal training, trying to take care of myself again after coming out of depression. And I think that with him, I found something in him that needed to be like, I don't know. I don't want to say I waterboarded him with aggressive questions about why he's so fucked. But that was kind of, I made him very uncomfortable with the first few conversations. I guess what I'm saying is I was trying to fix myself through fixing him, but I saw something really amazing in him. And I could tell that the way he was acting wasn't a reflection of who he was. And obviously how attractive he is kind of made that a much easier thing to stick to. So maybe that answers your question.
Yeah. So it had a lot to do with where you were at personally.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like you're in this relationship, and you clearly really enjoy it. So like it's easier for you, maybe, and I'm speaking for you, but it's easier for you to draw that distinction with other people. Like you don't want to get into something with other people because you've already got something. It's where you're at.
Absolutely. And I think as well, like further to that point, I don't know if it's so much with our generation. I think it's been with all generations, but I think people have always kind of struggled to understand what they're looking for in other people. Like for myself, realizing I was looking for something that I lacked, and that was self-love. I was looking to love somebody else in the way that I needed to love myself. So yes, I've done a lot of reflecting on that. But as far as it goes, though, I think that's where people kind of run into trouble, is they think they're with the right person, but they're not really seeing things for how they are, because they're seeing them for who they want them to be. And with Jay, I saw him for who he was, and I saw him for how he knew he could be, maybe.
Do you see that with other people, like where they are in a specific situation, and like that's what's kind of coloring their opinion of other people? Like they maybe are wanting to see something that isn't there, and they're like, because of where they're at?
Absolutely. I think so. I think you see it a lot if you kind of are aware of that in the first place, and there's a lot of people who aren't. They're so caught up in themselves. Like I work in an industry that's very male dominated.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of older men of 50, 60 years old who, as you know, back in those generations, nobody really nurtured men in emotional ways. So it's very apparent to me now, looking at it like from how aware I am of myself, and also for what I went to school for too, with like psychology and all that. And also with my own mental health issues, I can tell now when there's unhealthy human behavior for the most part, especially when you're around somebody long enough. And I see a lot of almost overcompensation. You know how sometimes you could just get like a very egotistical vibe from people?
Sure.
Yeah, like that's kind of
Are you getting
It's very
that from me?
apparent.
Are you getting that from me right now?
No, but we're super curious how you're doing though. Like we wanted to ask how you are.
I'm so great. I am so great. Everything is great. Wait, Maddie, thank you for all your insights. This is great. But put James back on. Put James back on.
Hey, man.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
James.
it's the boys
James.
now.
Yeah, bros. We're just bros talking now.
Brown. Yeah.
What do you think about all that crazy crap that Maddie was talking about? What do you think?
It's all garbage. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No.
She's looking at me. No, I'm just kidding. No.
We're both
I mean,
kidding.
well, it's yeah. That's a really unique kind of perspective because yeah, everybody's their own individual and whatnot, and she's certainly hers. I mean, she's gone through certain things that a lot of other people haven't, and she has. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting take for sure.
But so, do you feel like, in the way that she was talking about, I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you two. I would never do that. I would never do that. No, but do you think like what she's talking about is accurate where like people are sort of, everyone's going through their own specific things, and where you're at in your life, like maybe colors like how you're viewing other people, or how you actually view relationships, whether they're friends or anything. Like, where do you feel like that affects you in your life? Like, you're in a different situation, but do you?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Go on.
Sorry. Okay. So when we met, she had mentioned briefly there that I was going through my own stuff. And so actually when we both met, we were dating other people. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, right. I mean, it's
dangerous.
Yeah, it's definitely dangerous, man. Too hot, young, Okay.
I believe you're hot. You don't have to tell me over and over again.
I'll paint you a picture. Okay. No, I'm kidding. So anyways, yeah, we met, and I was in a really bad spot with my relationship in that I wasn't feeling fulfilled anymore. Like I just completely lost interest, right? Mm-hmm. And so I was seeking, I was doing the whole Tinder thing, behind this girl's back, right? Ooh. And that gym environment was just, and I was bouncing at the same time. So I'm a personal trainer and I'm a bouncer.
Whoa.
Like it's just women everywhere. Yeah, there's women literally everywhere. It's just oh man, it's quite the environment. It's if you're trying to get your head on straight, don't do those things, guys. Just a little word of advice. But so yeah, I'm cheating on this girl that I'm seeing, right? Like left, right, and center. It's brutal. It's absolutely just terrible. And I'm feeling guilty, but not caring because I'm getting my rocks off, right? So it was not a good time. And so she sees this guy and she's like, she saw right through me somehow. I don't know how, but she was like, you're a good dude. Like I can tell, and I like
despite everything.
Yeah.
Despite your terrible, terrible behavior.
That's right.
Never go on. Just wanted to get a dig in at James.
Yeah. Twist the knife a little.
Do you feel like there was? I mean, like this. Okay, this is. I'm gonna wrap up here, but like this is some heavy shit I'm about to get into. So fucking buckle up. Do you feel like that is something that either of you think about? And I'll go back and forth. Actually, I'm gonna get to you and to Maddie on this one. But do you feel like, if you were both in relationships when you were getting into your current relationship, is that something you think about? Is that something that worries you, or just is it a thing of the past?
Oh yeah, big time. Because those habits carried over into our relationship. We both ended those relationships, and then we said, you know what? Let's try, you and I, right? Mm-hmm. And because we just had this instant connection. It was crazy. So you could feel it. It was something I'd never felt before with anyone. And so anyways, yeah, that did carry over, those bad habits. Like I was still, online, like chatting to people. And it was like a drug. It had become a drug to me. And it was extremely toxic. And it took a while for me to get out of it. Like it's really hard for me to say that, but it's true. So be careful, guys. Like, you think it's like fun and games, but it's playing games with your psyche. Like it'll mess you up. So, it's not for everybody, but yeah.
Okay, James, put Maddie on.
Yeah.
I've got my final bit here. Maddie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So like I just asked James this question, but I'm going to ask it to you in just a very slightly different way. Obviously, you guys have been together for many, many years now. Many years. And like in terms of relationships, like this is a very long-term thing you've got going on here. So I assume it's going very well. I mean, I'm not assuming incorrectly, am I?
No, not at all.
No. But so since you developed this relationship where you were in prior relationships, both of you, that's right? Both of you were in relationships when you started meeting each other?
Yes.
Is that something that worries you? Is that something that you think about, or is it just like you've matured beyond that and you no longer have any reason to worry about that? Or is that something that like you think about where it's like, well, damn, I mean, we were in relationships when I met you, like maybe we'll be in our relationship and you'll meet someone else, or I'll meet someone else.
Absolutely. And even if we hadn't met that way, that would always be somewhat a fear, to some degree, because life is just interesting and has a funny way of doing things sometimes, regardless of how sure you might think you are, right? Again, you're almost a product of your environment, and at the very least, you're shaped by it and altered in some way. But I feel like it was a big fear at first, and then, like you said, yes, now that we are more mature, not only as individuals, but also as two people in this relationship together, I feel like we're much more secure in that now, and we're not concerned anymore. Because again, like I have to say, Douglas, man, he really brought it. Like one thing he really hit the nail on the head on was, at the very least, find somebody who is going to tell you what they're bringing to the table. Somebody who's going to be completely transparent. And once we finally both were honest with ourselves and with each other, I think that fear dissipated very quickly.
So do you feel like that is something you've learned specifically from this relationship? Like something that you hadn't learned previously in other relationships? Is this something unique?
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, after the whole him talking to other women thing, look, as somebody who knew this going in, I definitely wasn't surprised, okay? Let me just get that out there. I wasn't surprised when it did happen, okay? I was like, well, all right. I mean, my bad, I guess. But just like the work that we finally decided to put in, though, was going to therapy together. And the most valuable thing that we learned from that was definitely owning the way that you feel and being honest with people about it and making yourself vulnerable. And that's something that we both didn't realize we struggled with so heavily, because it was very much like, well, you're making me feel this way, instead of I feel this way because you're doing that. It was more like hey, this is how I'm doing, and I need you to hear me out, and let's kind of work together on this. And I think once we kind of broke that barrier down, we felt way more secure than ever with each other,
All right, Maddie, James, thank you so much for calling in. This is awesome.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
So I noticed that you had that. I was watching it. The composing email to an ex-girlfriend, and now there's this talk. Is there something going on, man?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm great. Okay. The composing
like
the
that
email
happy
to the
song.
ex-girlfriend, that was just, I mean, sure, I wanted to email my ex-girlfriend, but obviously I didn't do it. I did the stream as a way to get all that out without actually emailing my ex-girlfriend, which is great.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, at least something came of it. But yeah, no. Don't you worry about me. I'm happy for you guys. You guys sound great.
We love you and we wish we could adopt you.
We love you, man.
Oh shit, I love you guys too.
Have you ever tried pitching to Adult Swim? Just quick question.
No. I hate
dude,
that
why
shit.
not?
I'm independent. I'm an independent artist. I do whatever the heck I want. I don't need no corporate.
I love them, man.
Yeah,
Keep doing it,
yeah,
dude. We
yeah.
love you, man. Seriously.
All right. Thanks for calling in, guys. Really appreciate it.
Take care.
Bye. What a lovely, perfect way to end the stream. A couple, men and women, who get along. We thought it couldn't be done. We thought it was impossible 4 or 5 hours ago. Okay, I don't want to speak for all of us. Maybe somebody thought it could be done. I thought it was impossible 5 hours ago, but now I'm convinced. It's perfectly possible. We can do it. We can do it. We love each other. Hell yeah. I feel great. James, Maddie, they're both... I'm going to cry. I feel so good. Okay, no, but this is the end. This is the end of the stream. Okay, music from all the stream has been from Jabral. Link is in the description. Everything so far has been from their album Cat Soup. That's the first link of theirs in the description. I'm going to play a couple more songs here from some other, I don't know, release they did just a 2-song release, 10 more minutes of music. Yeah, so if you enjoyed that music, please click those links, go to their Bandcamp, stream their songs a bit more. If you really like them, pay them a little bit of money, download it, you know. Why not? I think it's pay what you want, but it's, you know, even if it's not, it's like between $5 and $10. It's just like the price of a single overpriced Subway sandwich. You know? Starve yourself for a little bit and buy the album instead, if you like the music. If you don't, you know, whatever. Nobody cares. But, yeah, this has been the Men and Women stream. I guess we'll be back next week talking about something. God knows what. The 5 hours really just flies by. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I enjoy the streams, talking to people for 5 hours. This is the only socializing I get, really. So this is pretty good. The HUD overlay is from Slouch. Links are also in the description for Slouch's YouTube channel. He's got great animated videos. He had a recent one come out like a little week ago. It's a great video. So if you haven't seen it, check out Slouch's channel. Check out that video. And that's it. This is been the stream. Thanks for watching.